1-1. Gerai, veikia. Tai laba diena visiems susirinkusiem, garbus.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Your Eminence, foreign guests, politicians, those present here and watching us online, welcome. Welcome to the Seimas, historical Seimas Hall, Constitutional Hall. Welcome to the conference titled Demographic Challenges and Family Policy, the International Experience. This is an event organized by the Seimas Provisional Group for Family Policy and Public Initiative Forum Family 2050. My name is Dovilas Petkus. I will be moderating this event. If you might have any issues today, please don't hesitate to approach me and we'll address them.
To know everything what is going on our conference. Taigi naudokitės ausinėmis, nes dalis pranešimų bus.
Please make use of the headsets, those of you that need them, to listen for the interpretation that will be available for today's event. As we can see from the title of today's conference, today we'll be focusing on the survival of our state and our continent, because without strong families, without increasing birth rates, we cannot talk about our future. If we look at the family policy landscape, there are things that we can definitely appreciate and things that are concerning. The things to appreciate
vakar, kaip atrodo žemėlapis Europos Sąjungoje šeimos sampratos, tai
are related to the concept of family, and so Lithuania, Poland, Slovakia and Bulgaria maintain a very strong front line as regards family policy. Within those countries, there are no alternative concepts of a family, something that we can definitely appreciate, because here in these countries, we focus on the traditional concept of family. However, declining birth rates is quite concerning. And the reducing birth rates already indicate that our nation is facing a threat of extinction. We do understand the relevance of the current issue of defense and how topical it is. However, we are still lagging behind as regards addressing the declining birth rates. It seems that we try to opt for the traditional medication in addressing this issue as opposed to resorting to some shock therapies. When we speak of Japan or South Korea as exemplary states, they seem to us quite distant ones. But if we take, let's say, Poland as an example, and it's always easier to compare ourselves with neighboring countries that are quite alike to us. So if we talk about Poland, back in 1990, their population was 38 million. At the moment, at least from yesterday's statistics that I've seen online, the statistics is quite similar. And what is the approach of the Poles towards the existing situation? Because the birth rate there stands at 1.3, or maybe a slightly lower figure. In Poland, they say that they face the problem of the aging population and the reduction of population, and they are concerned about their statistics. But if we take a look at the Lithuanian statistics, in 1990 we had a population of 3.8 million, whereas now that figure stands at 2.8 million. So if the current demographic crisis for Poles represents a problem, a huge problem, my question then is, what should Lithuanians do if their population dynamics currently stands at minus 35%. So I believe we need some drastic measures to address the situation, which means that we have to invoke our imagination and resort to other measures to make sure that our population continues to giving birth and increasing our birth rates. I hope that today's event will serve as an impetus for addressing the issue of declining birth rates in Lithuania as well as in the rest of Europe. Unless we seek solutions at the higher levels, we won't be able to address this issue. Therefore, I'm now turning to Bishop Saulius Bužauskas to ask for his assistance in launching our event and seeking for assistance from above. Once again, let me remind you that there are headsets available for interpretation. It is a pleasure for me to welcome you as participants of this conference dedicated to demographic challenges and family policy. This is a topic that is relevant and quite detrimental for our state and the future for our state and our region, as well as the viability of our communities and our culture. All of the demographic processes are not merely numbers. Behind those numbers, there are fates, dreams, and fears of people. The reducing birth rates in our country demonstrates that numerous changes are taking place in our country, requiring certain solutions to address the existing situation. A certain moral backbone is necessary. Moreover, a strong family must become an ambition for the future younger people creating families. Family must also be treated as a prestigious ambition. However, nowadays people focus more on jobs and careers, so it is important to be able to pass on to our future generations the idea of love existing between the father and mother in the family. We must understand that family is not an obstacle. For younger people, it is important to see that family represents not a risk but an opportunity. That children is not a burden but the greatest gift one might receive. A large family represents a way of living requiring not only a cultural change, but also the support of society and the state. We must build an environment where families do not remain alone with the troubles they face. Instead, they must receive all the necessary support and assistance. The Holy Script says that human beings are created for communities. It is not always good to work alone, to be alone. And family is the first place where a human being embraces love, hope, and faith that is handed down from generation to generation. Our relations within the family also affect our relations with God. The Catholic Church always states that the family is at the heart of it all, and the Church stays close to the families, provides all the necessary assistance to families, guides young families at the creation of the family and further on in the family's life. We must build the environment in the state where families could thrive. Social policy, economic support for parenthood and motherhood, all of these measures are not only secular solutions, but also the deeds of love.
nuo to ne tik mūsų demografiniai rodikliai, bet ir
Support for the family will determine the improving demographic indicators as well as the spiritual well-being of our nation. I therefore encourage you to raise issues, to pose questions, and find the solutions that would contribute to the strengthening of our families. So help us, God, to make sure that the solutions that we come up of yield positive results that would be related to inspiring our younger generations to continue building families in our communities. As I end this prayer, I would like to lean to our God and say, O Holy God, please send us your Spirit, enlighten our minds, and strengthen our hearts, and lead us on the path of love and truth. Bless all our families, especially those that are dealing with difficulties. Strengthen mothers and fathers. Help everyone to safeguard life, inspire young people not to be afraid and to commit to building strong families. Give hope and to our nation and replenish it. Please help us to make sure that all the solutions serve the dignity of human beings, strengthening of families. In the name of God and Holy Spirit, Amen.
Taip, ačiū vyskupai, dabar kreipsiuosi iš vietos, kadangi ir kitas.
Thank you very much. I will remain seated, and so will the next speaker. So certainly we must give the floor now to our hosts.
I don't know if Our Lady from Latvia understands Lithuanian, no, but it's numeris 1 yra lietuvių kalba, numeris 2 bus vertimai.
For interpretation, channel 1 is for Lithuanian, channel 2 for English.
Technical reason. O dabar žodį tart kviečiu Lietuvos Respublikos.
And now I would like to give the floor to Ms. Aušrinė Norkienė, head of the Provisional Group for Family Policy of the Seimas.
Gerą dieną, aš taip pat kalbėsiu iš vietos, kadangi mes pranešėjus dar.
Good afternoon. I'm glad to see each of you here, that you're here in the Lithuanian Seimas on this beautiful winter day. And we are here to discuss the most important topic, family policy. And this is the area that's very reduced to benefits, social support. However, family policy is so much more than that. But do we think about the society we want to create, about the values we're trying to pass on to the younger generation, and what is the correct relation between the state and families? We know that Europe, in its demographic winter, more people die in Europe than are born, and the forecasts are rather gloomy. The demographic crisis is related to the crisis of family as an institute, because children are not born somewhere, they are born in families, and long commitment-based family is the best place for new human life. And on the contrary, the volatility of relationships, no commitment or ability to accept each other, undermine the potential of families. It is sad that social, cultural trends are thriving in our society. In 2023, Lithuania abolished the program for preparation for families. So how can we expect for strong families if we don't form values for young people related to families? Just as patriotism, love for family should be fostered since young age. During the term of 2016-2020, in the Seimas, we tried to intensify family policy. We were demanding for a systematic approach, and we achieved a certain breakthrough. And based on the law on strengthening of the families, we adopted a strategy, a program for strengthening the family, and it was the first strategic document for family policy in Lithuania. And these policy measures that were scattered throughout various programs and managed by various ministries, they were united in one program, and the scope of the family policy was also increased. And the systematic approach to family policy requires that decisions in various policy areas must account for their effect for families. So I wish for each of us to find the best solutions that would help to ensure the well-being of our families and the future for all of us. I wish you a good conference and active participation. Thank you.
Ačiū, ponia Aušriniai. Matau, kad mūsų
Thank you, Mr. Norkiene. The Minister of Justice is also here in the event. The Minister Rita Tamašunienė talks a lot about the Istanbul Convention and Seimas. Thank you, Your Eminence Bishop, head of the group, dear colleagues. I'm glad to see members of the Seimas who contributed to the law on families here. I'm glad to see other colleagues and experts participating in this conference, experts from other European countries who are going to share their best practices and find solutions how to strengthen our family policy. Today, we're going to talk about what's the most important for every person, that's family. But family is not the foundation of the society. It's a foundation that a state is built on. And this topic is not a merely academic or a political topic. This topic is related to the future of our states. And the trends, the statistics that we have in our ministry in 2025, 19,064 births were registered, whereas the number of deaths is more than 37,000. The same, very similar data was registered in 2024, and there are no indications that the situation is going to get any better. And these are not just trends. This is a clear signal that Lithuania is facing a serious demographic challenge that is threatening our economic sustainability, social cohesion, and our political stability. Therefore, as the moderator of the conference said, we need to raise these questions about what a state can do to support the decision to form families and have children. As the head of the group, said, family policy is not only related to financial benefits. Of course, it is important, but legislation is also very important because it can shape the society's attitudes towards this topic and send certain social messages that influence long-term decision of the people. if a state states that birth rate is our priority, then certain laws strengthening the Institute of Families should be adopted, and we should not try to erase from public policy the Institute of Family. And it's important to talk that a family is not only an emotional relationship between adults. A family is a place where children are being brought, where values are being shaped, where a person's relationship with the state and the society is being formed as well. And I would like to highlight, I would like to know that all of those who are gathered here know this very well. And focus on parents and their decisions to have children is also very important, and the state should ensure the relevant conditions to do so. The education policy should ensure enough space for families.
Ir valstybė čia tėvų apsisprendimui turi tapti tikrai šeimos partnerė, o ne.
And the state needs to be a partner for families who want to decide to have children. International organizations and the report of the OECD of 2025 shows that complex strategies need to be employed, the prestige of families needs to be increased, investments into education need to be made. In Lithuania, we have strong religious communities, and it's important that the state collaborated with those communities in shaping the family policy, and this cooperation should be of strategic importance. We will have a lot of interesting insights into this conference, and I hope that this conference will be a platform not only to share the good experiences, but also serves as an impetus for our politicians to make relevant decisions. I hope that the words we say today are translated into real work, real laws related to family policy. So thank you for this great initiative to hold this conference, and we hope to discuss about these topics in various formats and to make relevant decisions.
Dabar mes jau perėsim prie pranešimų dalies ir tiesiog kelios techninės detalės. Tikrai pranešėjus kviesime į tribūną, kur jūs būsite aiškiai matomi ir ypač tie, kas turite skaidrės, ten turėsite pultelį, su kuriuo patogiai galėsite skaidrės perjunginėti ir mes matysime po dešiniai skaidrės ekrane. Taip pat primenu dar kartą, kad gerbti turėtumėm kolegų pranešėjų laiką. Numatytas laikas pranešimų yra 20 minučių. Tai aš tikrai pasistengsiu jūs likus minutiai demonstruoti jums savo laikrodį ir rodyti laiką. Turiu čia ir dar tokią rimtesnę priemonę, jeigu prireiks. Tai, žodžiu, tikrai gerbtume vienas kitą laiką ir bandykime tilpti į tą
abide by the time allotted to you, so let's try and respect each other and not to exceed the time limit. And now I already see our first keynote speaker standing already at the rostrum, and that is Dr. Liana Valdaitė. She's a veteran in the area of family policies at Seimas. She's the acting president of the National Family Council under the Seimas of the Republic of Lithuania. She's the voice that we constantly hear in events dedicated to family policy and demographic changes. And so today she'll be talking about family policy challenges and solutions in Lithuania, what can we do today. So let's take a look at our own backyard and what we can do today specifically, because our ambitions are quite huge, but we should take the first starting points right away. And so to do that, we give Liana the floor now.
Taip, laba diena visiems, ačiū gerbiamas Dovilai už tą pristatymą ir dėkoju gerbiamai Seimo nariai Aušriniai Norkieniai už pakvietimą ir iniciatyvą diskutuoti demografijos ir šeimos politikos klausimais labai aktualiais. Ne tik tai Lietuvai, bet ypač mums, aktualiais ir visai Europai. Ir pasidalysiu Nacionalinės šeimos tarybos šeimos politikos formavimo ir įgyvendinimo patariamosios institucijos prie Seimo vertinimais ir pasiūlymais. Tai viena iš tarybos darbo krypčių yra būtent vertinti demografinės tendencijas ir jų sąsają su socialinė ir ekonominė situacija ir teikti pasiūlymus. Ir praeitais metais parengėme metinį pranešimą apie jaunas šeimas Lietuvoje pagal demografo docento Daumanto Stumbrio studiją. Ir čia remsiuosi ir šio pranešimo medžiagą. Ir, pirmiausia, šiek tiek konteksto apie demografijos situaciją Lietuvoje, čia neišsiplečiant, kadangi daug yra duomenų, informacijos žinoma. Tai kaip ir mūsų Baltijos kaimynės, Lietuva susiduria su labai mažu gimstamumu. Ne apie 1,18 vaiko vienai moteriai ir sparčių gyventojų senėjimų. Ir šiuo metu mes esame viena iš sparčiausiai mažėjančių šalių Europoje ir čia cituojami jau Europos ir tarptautinių kontekstų, net tiek mokslininkų, tiek ir politikų. To priežastis yra ne tik gimstamumo sumažėjimas, bet vis dar išliekantis aukšti mirtingumo, netekčių, sveikatos problemų, migracijos rodikliai, kas nebejotinai turi įtakos demografijos raidai. Ir tie rodikliai iš tiesų išlieka aukšti, nepaisant pozityvių tendencijų šiuose srityse pastaraisiais metais. Čia skaidrėje matote sumažėjusi mūsų jaunimo nuo 15 iki 29 metų skaičių, tai vienas mažiausių rodiklių Europoje, taigi gimstamumas sumažėjo ir dėl jaunimo emigracijos. Tai raudonai pažymėtos juostelės rodo kaip tik tą jaunimo grupę ir iliustruoja išvykusiųjų dalį. Be to, aišku, kaip ir kitur keičiasi jaunimo nuostatos, gyvenimo būdas, todėl ir šeimos kūrimas atidedamas. Šios tendencijos yra paplitusios ir kitur, tačiau jų poveikis mažai šaliai, kaip mūsų, yra daug didesnis. Dar pridurtina, kad mūsų regiono gyventojus jaunimą nebejotinai veikia ir geopolitinis nesaugumas. Žvelgiant į šeimos kūrimo kalendorių, moterių amžiaus vidurkis dabar pasislinko iki 28 metų, vyrų apie 30. Ir akivaizdu, kad tai sumažina tikimybę turėti daugiau nei vieną ar du vaikus, jei jų ir norėtų. Demografai atkreipė dėmesį, kad tarp aukštą išsilavinimą turinčių moterų yra skirtumas tarp pageidaujamo ir faktinio šeimos dydžio. Sunku pasakyti, ar tos šeimos tikrai susilauktų pageidaujamų vaikų. Bet čia yra galimybė taikyti tikslingą socialinę politiką, ypač būsto srityje, kad tinkamų ekonominių ar kitų sąlygų trūkumas nebūtų atidėliojimo priežastis. Kita priežastis, kuri išryškėja tyrimuose, tai ir tinkamo partnerio problema, kas žinoma turi įtakos tiek galimybėms kurti šeimą, bet ir sukūrus spręsti turėti daugiau vaikų. Na, čia pereinu prie temos esmės, kas buvo mano tema. Taigi, kokie pagrindiniai šeimos politikos iššūkiai sisteminių požiūrių, nekalbant apie lėšų trūkumą, nes jų visada trūksta, bet kai yra nustatomi prioritetai, ištekliai taip pat randami. Tai čia, ką mes įvardiname irgi šeimos taryboje, kaip tokius stambius, apibendrintus, sakysim, šeimos politikos iššūkius. Tai demografinė struktūra, prognozuojant ilgalaikį gyventojų skaičiaus mažėjimą. Turbūt niekas neturi recepto dėl gimstamumo padidinimo, tačiau svarbu domėtis įvairių šalių patirtimi ir dalytis ją, diskutuoti, ieškoti sprendimų ir tikrai gerbiama Seimo narė Aušrinė čia irgi teisingai pasakė, kad tikrai tų priemonių ir tų žingsnių yra diegiama, priemonių yra diegiama ir daug kas padaryta pastaraisiais metais. Na, čia dar mums reikia irgi turbūt įsivertinti, kas pasiteisina, kas galbūt mažiau yra paveikų ir panašiai. Akivaizdu, kad aukštų rodiklių nebus įmanoma pasiekti, bet galima pristabdyti smarkų demografinį mažėjimą paramos ir kultūrinėmis priemonėmis, turint galvoje, kad dabar mes turime tam tikrą langą. Kiek didesnė 30-39 metų amžiaus grupė. Šeimos politikos krypčių apibrėžtumo problema ir jos objektas subjektas. Taigi, kas yra šeimos politikos objektas ir kartu subjektas? Tai universali tarptautinė dilema, aktuali ne tik Lietuvai. Individualių poreikių užtikrinimo politikoje šeima dažnai lieka menkai matoma kaip vienetas, kaip subjektas ir aktyvi pačios politikos veikėja pagal subsidiarumo principą. Viešosios politikos diskurse dažniau kalbama apie individų šeimoje, o ne apie šeimą kaip visumą, pagaliau kaip pirminę bendruomenę. Ši dilema atsispindi ir mokslinėje literatūroje. Keliami net ir fundamentalūs klausimai, jei šiandien taip sudėtinga apibrėžti šeimą, ar šeimos politika apskritai dar reikalinga. Ar šeima ir jos politika netapo tik istoriniu objektu? Gal užtektų vaiko gerovės, lyčių, migracijos, amžėjimo politikos, per ką galėtumėm spręsti ir gimstamumo bei kitus demografijos klausimus. Šiandien vyraujant netikėtoms, bet iš dalies ir tikėtoms tendencijoms, esame priversti naujai grįžti prie šeimos klausimų. Šeimos reikšmė ir vertė neapsiriboja vien gimstamumo perspektyva. Jei į šeimą žiūrime tik instrumentiškai, rizikuojama prarasti jos gilesnį socialinį vaidmenį. Šeima yra socialinis išteklius, socialinio kapitalo šaltinis, kaip teigia mokslininkai, kurianti ryšius, tapatybę, pasitikėjimą, tarpusavio įsipareigojimus, kurie yra naudingi ne tik pačiai šeimai, bet ir visuomeniai. Sociologijos ir antropologijos mokslams šeimos ir visuomenės sąsajos išlieka esminės ir šiandien. Nors gal trūksta išsamesnių refleksijų, palyginti su ankstesniais dešimtmečiais apie šeimos gyvenimo, jos formų ir struktūros pokyčių pasekmes visuomenės sanklodai, tvarumui. Čia norisi prisiminti prancūzų antropologą Claude Lévi-Strauss, kuris visuomenės atsiradimą siejo būtent su šeima, pabrėždamas jų neatsiejamą ryšį. Kai krinka šeima, silpnėja ir visuomenė. Lietuvos atveju tai ypač aktualu. Per pastaruosius 30 mečius daugiau nei pusė santuokų išyra, didelė dalis vaikų auga su vienu iš tėvų. Tokie procesai neišvengiamai turi ir turės pasekmių tiek jaunos kartos socializacijai, tiek pačiam visuomenės audiniui. Socialinio kapitalo požiūriu taip silpnėja ryšių tinklai, mažėja pasitikėjimas, o visuomenė tampa labiau pažeidžiama. Toliau su tuo susijusi problema, tai šeimos politikos kompleksiškumo ir kartu fragmentavimo, veiksmų koordinavimo trūkumas. Šeimos politika tikrai be galo kompleksiška, galima sakyti, apima visą žmogaus gyvenimą. Už iššūkis yra jos ribos apibrėžtumas, sričių ir priemonių koordinavimas praktikoje. Dar reikėtų pridurti šeimų poreikių individualizavimą, regioninius skirtumus, į ką mums irgi visada svarbu atsižvelgti. Kitas iššūkis - šeimos politiką formuojančių ir įgyvendinančių institucijų sąveika. Čia taip pat prie iššūkių. Šeimos politika Lietuvoje nesusiformavo kaip savarankiška viešosios politikos sritis. Dažnai veikia kaip kitų sričių socialinės vaiko gerovės, lyčių politikos užimtumo dalis. Šiuo metu šeimos politikos priemonės yra įgyvendinimos per skirtingas ministerijas ir kitas institucijas. Pagrindinės yra socialinės apsaugos ir darbo, švietimo ir sveikatos apsaugos ministerijos. Tačiau reikia, kad daugiau įsitrauktų ir kitos ekonomikos ir inovacijų, vidaus reikalų, ypač dėl regionų politikos, aplinkos apsaugos ir kitos. Atnaujino darbą šeimos politikos komisija, jungianti ministerijų atstovus. Tikėsime, kad tai pagerins ministerijų bendradarbiavimą ir šeimos gerovės priemonių koordinavimą. Čia yra įvairios ministerijos ir institucijos, ir nacionalinė šeimos taryba, kuri buvo įkurta priėmus šeimos stiprinimo įstatymą 2020 metais ir prie to įtin prisidėjo gerbiamas Rimantas Dagys ir Seimo narė Rita Tamašūnė ir čia turime salėje ir kitų parlamentarų, kuriems norisi už tai irgi padėkoti, tai ir Rima Baškienė, ir Raimantė Šalaševičiūtė, tai nežinau, gal ne visus ir paminiu čia, bet tai jūsų indėlis tikrai yra svarbus tam, kad atsirado šeimos stiprinimo įstatymas ir joje buvo numatyta ta šeimos taryba kaip stebėsena įgyvendinanti ir patariamoji institucija. Čia matome toliau įvairias priemonės šeimoms, aš jų nevardinsiu. Lietuvoje sakoma, kad yra bene dosniausiai įvairių šeimoms priemonių, net tai mes turime ir palankės iš tiesų tėvystės, motinystės ir vaiko priežiūros priemonės ir pradėta parama būstų. Palyginti su kitomis šalimis iš tiesų gal tų priemonių yra nemažai, tačiau pats priemonių buvimas dar neparodo jų naudos ir poreikio, o problema ir ta, kad nėra sistemingai tyriamas priemonių poveikis ir kur be pažiūrėtum būsto parama paslaugos. Visur yra didelis poreikis. Suprantama, valstybė neturi visais ir viskuo pasirūpinti, bet poreikiai iš tiesų yra dideli. Tad be visuotinos strategijos ir tinkamo finansavimo esamų priemonių nepakanka. Šioje skaidrėje matomos įvairios sritys, svarbios palankios aplinkos šeimai kūrimui. Ypač norėčiau atkreipti dėmesį į būtinybę stiprinti sąsajas su švietimo ir jaunimo politikos priemonėmis, į būsimų šeimų, taip pat ir Lietuvos ateities potencialo formavimą. Svarbi yra ir reemigracijos politika, jai dar neskiriame pakankamai dėmesio. Plačiau šių temų neplėtosiu, nes tam reikėtų atskiros diskusijos, tačiau remdamasi tarybos patirtimi, bendradarbiaujant su savivaldybių šeimos tarybomis ir mūsų kolegomis iš Vilniaus universiteto ir kitų atliekamais tyrimais, galiu pasakyti, kad vaikų ir jaunimo ugdymo poreikis yra didelis. Ugdymo, kuris orientuotųsi ne tik į akademinius pasiekimus ir įgūdžių lavinimą, bet į visuminį asmens ugdymą, atsižvelgiant į santykius, buvimą kartu, prasmių paieškas, atsakymus į egzistencinius klausimus ir jauno žmogaus vidinius poreikius, lydėjimą į savarankišką gyvenimą, taigi ir parengimą šeimos gyvenimui. Tai yra mūsų visų atsakomybė, pirmiausia, žinoma, tėvų. taip pat ir pedagogų, pagalbos specialistų, bendruomenės, o taip pat ir politikų, visų suaugusiųjų. Didelį susirūpinimą kelia vaikų ir jaunimo psichikos sveikata, priklausomybės, emocijų ir elgesio problemos, patyčių mastai. Sparčiai plinta ir nauja priklausomybės forma nuo išmaniųjų įrenginių ir socialinių tinklų. Taryba yra inicijavusi diskusijų su savivaldybių šeimos tarybomis ir prisidėjusi prie įvairių organizacijų pastangų nacionalinių lygių riboti telefonų naudojimą mokyklose. Tačiau situacija nėra paprasta. Mokyklų patirtis labai skirtingos ir paradoksalu tai, kad nemaža dalis pasipriešinimo ir nebendradarbiavimo kyla ir iš tėvų pusės. Specialistai atkreipia dėmesį, kad auga vaikų ir jaunimo karta, kurią jau dabar reikia pagalbos ir kurios poreikiai ateityje tik didės. Taip, nemažiau svarbu pasirūpinti ir mokytojais, kaip žinom, ir tai rodo tiek neseniai paskelbti EBPO talis tyrimo duomenys, tiek kasdieninė praktika, kad dėl pedagogų amžiaus ir patiriamų sunkumų jų pajėgumai artimiausiais metais linkę mažėti. Na ir pereisiu prie tarybos rekomendacijų. Mes esame labai daug įvairiausių pateikę, tai čia gal keletą tokių išskirsiu ir apibendrintų. Taigi, ką galima daryti šiandien? Taryba siūlė keletą sprendimų. Tai nustatyti šeimos ir demografijos politiką realiu valstybės prioritetu ir sukurti jos įgyvendinimo strategiją su atitinkamu finansavimu. Kitaip sakant, investuoti į tai. Skatinti teigiamą požiūrį į šeimą ir vaikus per švietimą, komunikacijos kampanijas, socialinę reklamą ir kitais būdais. Investuoti į jaunimo ugdymą ir parengimą šeimai, plėsti prevencinės paslaugas. Šeimos politikoje dažnai pametami suaugę, sutuoktiniai. Lietuvoje išlieka iš tikrųjų tas didelis procentas, apie 70% vaikų, kurie gimsta sutuoktinių šeimose. Tai, o esant tokioms skyrybų tendencijoms, matome poreikį jas stiprinti. Tikrai jau yra nemažai pagalbos ir, galima sakyti, socialinių paslaugų, sveikatos ir švietimo paslaugų srityje įvyko didelis proveržis. Tai svarbu būtų plėtoti toliau ir daugiau. Plėsti būsto paramos priemonės, ypač jaunoms ir gausioms šeimoms. Tos priemonės yra pradėtos, tai kalbama jau apie tolesnį plėtrą, didesnės investicijas, o taip pat ir peržiūrą atsižvelgiant į praktiką. Remti gausias šeimas per mokesčių lengvatas ir kitokiais būdais. Mes čia turėjom irgi tokią diskusiją gausių šeimų klausimų ir pateikėme daug pasiūlymų, kaip remti šias šeimas, atsižvelgiant irgi ir į kitų šalių praktiką. Na ir baigiu jau, tai kiti pasiūlymai institucinių lygmenių, siekiant užtikrinti glaudesnį ministerijų bendradarbiavimą šeimos politikos srityje, vertinti demografinės tendencijas ir priemonių taikymo poveikį reguliariais nacionaliniais moksliniais tyrimais, sukurti šeimai palankios aplinkos indeksą, kad būtų galima stebėti šeimos politikos priemonių poveikį. Mes nuolat kartojam šitą savo pasiūlymą, nelabai iš tikrųjų palaiko mūsų institucijos dėl šio pasiūlymo. Bet mes ėjome toliau ir artimiausiu metu taip pat turėsime kaip naują tokį pasiūlymą, supažindinsime su naujais mūsų atradimais. Tai remti NVO, kurios atstovauja šeimoms, ne tik kaip paslaugų teikėjos, bet ir kaip pagrindiniai partneriai formuojant politiką, tai čia mes turim galvoje ir bendruomenės. Tai dar kartą dėkoju visiems už dėmesį ir linkiu visiems mums produktyvios diskusijos.
Ačiū poniai Lijanai. Lijana iš tiesų tiesiog tobulai tilpo į tas 20 minučių. Tai ačiū jai. Dabar turėsime jau kitą pranešimą ir žinom posakį, kad ne piniguose laimė.
a presentation,
Tai iš
we
tikrųjų tai, kad
know the
europiečiai ir
saying
lietuviai
that money
gimdo
does not
vis
bring
mažiau,
happiness, the
turbūt
fact
ne
that
tik finansai
the
lemia,
birth
mes
rates
žinom
in Lithuania and
kitų
Europe as a
valstybių ir
whole,
kultūrų, kur
are
kur kas
declining.
sunkesnės
It is not
socialinės
determined
sąlygos yra,
only
tačiau tos
by
šeimos yra
the financial
gausios. Man,
situations, because there are
atsimenu,
a
teko
lot of
šnekėti su
countries where
atstovais iš
people have
Pietryčių
less
Azijos, iš Indijos,
resources,
panašiai,
but
tai ten
they
atvažiuoja
still
demografijos
have,
problemų spręsti, kaip
large
sutilpti jiem, o mes atvažiuojam spręsti
rates,
problemų, kaip užpildyti tas mūsų valstybės
and that have
gyventojus,
quite
kurių
the
skaičius vis
opposite
mažėja.
problems.
Ir iš tikrųjų jau įrodyta, kad
And it has
finansinės
been
priemonės veikia
proven
trumpuoju
that
laikotarpiu,
financial
ilguoju
measures
laikotarpiu,
only
vis tiek
work
mes grįžtam
short-term,
prie
but
temų
in
apie
long-term
dvasinės tautos
perspective, we need
vertybės,
to
apie
talk
kultūrą,
about the
kurios
spiritual
yra
values of the
pagrindas
nation, about the
veikiant
culture,
gimstamumą
which is the
ilgojoje
basis,
perspektyvoje.
which is the
Ir kaip
foundation
aš
for
suprantu,
the
šiandien apie tai turėtų kalbėti
birth
ir mūsų
rates
viešnia iš
long-term,
Latvijos,
and our
daktarė Agnesė
guest from
Irbė, Latvijos
Latvia,
filosofų
Dr.
peripatos
Agnes
įkūrėja,
Irbė is going to
žurnalo
talk about
Telos
that,
vyriausioji
founder of the
redaktorė, kuri
Association of
kalbės
Latvia's
tema
Philosophers
kultūros,
Peripatos, editor-in-chief
pasaulėžiūros
of
ir
the journal Telos, and
ideologijos
she's going
vaidmuo
to talk about
gimstamumo
the role of
rodikliuose.
culture,
Taigi,
worldview
prašom
and
pranešėjai tribūną, o
ideology
kitus
in
kviečiu
fertility.
naudotis
Raise the floor
ausinėmis.
is yours, and I
Kanalas
encourage
numeris
everyone
1
to
turėtų
use
būti lietuvių kalba.
headphones,
Ir
channel
girdėsite
1
vertimą.
for the interpretation into the Lithuanian language.
Hello. Greetings to the proud Lithuanian tribe from your neighbors, the proud Latvian tribe. I'm very happy to be here. How are we faring in our countries? In fact, very bad. This is the total fertility rate of most European countries. You can see that Latvia is really, really down there, and Lithuania is close, which is very, very bad for us because we are relatively small tribes. Okay, I will jump over some. No, we don't need this. Here I show a little bit more in detail the total fertility rate in Latvia since the independence. As you can see, it has jumped around. There was a very steep drop just after independence. We went from the wonderful, beautiful 2 children per woman down very, very low. Then we went up, then down again, and now we are on a quite steep decline. Well, when some demographers are asked about this, they say, well, you see this jumping around, and it will correct itself. It will go back up. And the reasons given for the sharp decline in the last 5 years are often COVID-19, war in Ukraine, excessive use of smartphones, causing a kind of passivity, sedentary lifestyle, well, questions like this. And the hope is that it will jump up. I think this vision is dangerously mistaken, and I will try to prove it with my next slides. Well, here I give you the reference for a very interesting research that was done by the researchers in the University of Latvia. The text is in Latvian, it's quite long, but you can, maybe read it with the translator, and I will just point out to some conclusions. These researchers made interviews with young people, young adults, just out of secondary school, young students, in 2004, and then again with the same age group, but different persons, of course, 18 years later in 2022. They asked the same questions, so that they, 18 years in between, you can say it's the answers given by one generation that is mostly called millennials, young adults in 2004, these are called millennials. Young adults in 2022 are often called Zoomers. Okay? Here we see the difference in answers. It is really striking. For the millennials, when they were asked to range the basic values, the priorities in their lives, young adults around 20 years of age in 2004 placed children and family as the number 3 priority in their lives. As you can see, it was really high up, some things that came to their minds when these young adults were asked about what was important in their lives. Now look at the next column. In 2022, young adults in their fertile age placed the value children and family in the place 22. That's a dramatic shift, a dramatic shift. Everything else was more important for these young adults. You know, even friendship, health, we can understand security, we can understand personal happiness, it's all, you know, adventures, hobbies, everything else. I want to, and I think maybe in Lithuania, a survey, a research like this would not give so dramatic results, but I am afraid it could be something similar. There is a very great difference between millennials and Zoomers as to values, and especially the value of family formation, marriage, having offspring, having children. Yes? Okay, health is important for both of them. Security of their household, of course. But children and family dropped dramatically. In the same research, another troubling fact, when young women were asked how many children would they want, if they wanted them, in optimal circumstances, that means good financial circumstances, good education, a place to live, real estate, money, everything. In 2004, they normally said 3. That's a good number, isn't it? 3. How many children do you want to have when you will grow up? A child says, oh, 3. That's a good number. But see, in 2022, young adults, women, asked the same question. They said 2. Even in optimal circumstances, having a loving spouse, house, money, job, everything, they only want to have around 2 children. Okay? It's very bad. Here, I want to look at some of the main reasons of this change. We are talking about young adults just out of secondary school, starting their studies. Where this drop of priorities is coming from? What is the reason? Well, education plays an important role, of course, also their parents, but education, because they are just out of the long educational system. And I can show you many things to show that the so-called sexual education and education in reproductive health, as it is normally called in our countries, is very bad. But I chose to show you just one document that is more than 55 pages long, elaborated by the Ministry of Health, and these are methodological recommendations for teachers in general and education institutions for working with students on issues of reproductive health, sexual development, relationship building, and responsibility. I have highlighted some expressions on the first page of it. Do you see marriage and family mentioned there? No. When we talk with our children, teenagers, young adults about sexual relationship, romantic relationships, what are we talking about? Well, diseases, HIV, sexual violence, a big topic in Latvia today. Don't rape, don't get raped, yeah, be careful. and we talk about an unplanned pregnancy, something that is considered very, very bad, and of course legal abortion is suggested. This is the information our children, our teenagers are receiving from the educational system on every level in Latvia, okay? And if you read these quotes that I gave here, you see that human intimacy is presented as an adventure, a wonderful adventure, pleasurous adventure, but with some dangers. So you start this adventure when you become an adult, but beware of sexual diseases, unwanted pregnancy, violence, maybe prostitution, things like that. The goal of the human intimacy, stable family formation, lifelong marriage, the good of sexual relationship, that is a child brought into this world, is not even mentioned in these documents. Here I want to show you some excerpts from the declaration of the government actually in office in Latvia today. This government has been in office since 2023. Of course, our government, our parliament has some understanding, some recognition of the demographic problems. But as we see in this document, maybe you have something along the lines today in Lithuania and other countries. It is quite striking to me to see that our government proposes to adapt to the falling birth rates, okay? During times, okay, what is said here, during times of demographic change. Yeah, we say we will manage to live through these times of demographic change. The second quote is even more perplexing. Our government does not intend to try to raise birth rates in our small country. They propose to invest in the future of children, meaning the children already born, extend the number of years people can live a good life. Okay, that is thinking about the older. I see in this document nowhere anything like wish to raise birth rates, to have higher fertility. Okay, I am against this government, and I think that this is dangerously diluted as a policy. Here I wanted to show you something because, you know, I don't know really much about the situation in Lithuania, but I can tell you about the conservative thinkers, NGOs, party members, parliament members, that they often struggle to formulate their arguments when they say we want to raise the fertility, we want to raise the number of children born every year, we want to bring up the total fertility rate closer to 2 children per woman. Sometimes they are asked, but well, where is the law? That's just your opinion, and you know, it's not the law, it's not the general vision of our constitution. I wanted to show you this. This is a preamble to the Constitution of Latvia, actually a very valuable document that we have. It was accepted in 2014 during a soft spot, a lucky moment for our country, thanks to our president at the time. And since it was accepted by 2/3 of deputy members of parliament, it is part of the law. That's a law in our country. The preamble to the constitution is a law in our country. So look what is said there. This is the first part. In order to guarantee the existence and development of the Latvian nation through the centuries. Can you tell me if the fertility rate is dropping around 1 child per woman, how does it look like for the existence and development of the Latvian nation through the centuries? My point here is that not having a fertility boosting strong policy in our countries is against the law. It's against our constitution. It is against the preamble of the Constitution of Latvia. Maybe you can formulate a similar argument, because otherwise we are just, turning in circles. We are not getting ahead. So, some recommendations from me. That's a personal opinion, what I think we should do. First, elect a conservative parliament, if you can, with a real intention to raise fertility, not adapt to falling numbers, not adapt to aging population, double the number of children born each year, with a future goal to have total fertility rate 2.1 children per woman, and ask for results, ask for numbers, ask for, a change in the graph. Number 2, if possible, make the national fertility rate a constitutional matter entrenched in law. Formulate the argument that low birth rates directly endanger the sovereignty, security, culture, economics, well-being, social stability, development, and future of the national state and its ethnic populations. Okay? It is almost a mortal danger. To have fertility rates so low is almost a mortal danger. If we continue like this, we will be wiped out in 100 years. And we are very small tribes. Number 4, number 3, recognize that late-stage liberal ideologies such as second and third wave feminism, LGBTQ+ movements, pro-choice activities, childlessness as a modern lifestyle, most of the current green politics, patriarchal oppression of women, and other narratives are anti-natal in their core and therefore contribute directly or indirectly to low fertility. We need to get rid of these ideologies that have pervaded, mass media, educational system, practically everything. They harm fertility, they harm family formation, they harm marriages. Get rid of these ideologies as far as possible. Where? Everywhere, if you can. In the education system, state-sponsored media outlets, national cultural activities, etc. I stress taxpayer, yes, state-sponsored. We live in free countries, so of course every person can form, an association with his own ideas, but I'm talking about the state money, the taxpayer money. Where should it go? No more taxpayer money for any communication that devalues marriage and family, sees children as a burden, as an expensive commodity, or as an expression of female subjugation by males. Number 5, set the cap for getting married and having children as a patriotic duty. This one will be difficult. I said on a television 1 year ago in Latvia that I consider having children for everyone who is physically healthy a duty, and the public strongly disliked the word duty. We are living in, in societies where you always talk about rights and never about duties. So the word seems strange, outdated, maybe even illegal. So no duties, just rights. See, we need to change that. And number 6, support the church and all religious organizations that are willing and ready to propagate forcefully that children are a blessing. They really are. Don't wait too late to understand it. Have children now. Don't postpone them. I think if there is a good cooperation between the parliament and the government and the religious organizations, in Lithuania you have one main congregation, the Catholics. In Latvia we have several confessions, Lutherans being the largest one. If you have good cooperation, you can ask your churches to stress the to stress the question of marriage, fertility, children as a blessing in all their communications. What was the first order from God in the Old Testament to humans? Be fruitful and multiply and fill the earth. Thank you.
Ačiū iš tikrųjų viešniai už tikrai puikų.
Thank you very much to our guest from Latvia for her wonderful presentation. What really got me was your reference to a duty to have children, a patriotic duty to have children. So thank you very much. Let us move on now. Just some technical issue. As far as I know, we have not received a video from our speaker from Ukraine. So let me inform you right away that we will not have a Ukrainian speaker on our agenda. In the meantime, let us move on to our next neighboring country, which is Poland. Well, we've focused on the issues that are wrong in our states and how we could improve birth rates. Now, the next presentation will draw our attention to the international order that would be family-friendly. So let's listen to our guest from Poland, Mr. Jerzy Kwasniewski, a lawyer from Poland who will be speaking on the Draft Convention on the Rights of the Family, a new framework for the international affirmation of family mainstreaming and demographic policy development. So please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. And thank you very much for your recommendations expressed in the end of the previous speech. That was brilliant. That was brilliant. Thank you so much. I feel that today's conference may really produce astounding effects. Ladies and gentlemen, it's decisive moment, and we know it as we are here. We stand at the brink of annihilation of our nations. Family policy and demographic policy are no longer secondary issues. We already heard that. They have become matters of survival for our nations, for cultures, for our economies, and for our democracies. Even before today, we discuss statistical data, indicators of crisis, family policies, experiences of our nations. Let me draw our attention to a different level, to a concrete and effective proposal for action at the international level, to the possibility of forming an international coalition for family policy and for effective data-based demographic policy making. I would like to encourage you to support the Convention on the Rights of the Family. We are facing today a deep cultural, civilizational crisis. Not a temporary one, and not a cyclical one. In almost every country of Europe, especially in Central Europe, fertility rates have fallen far below the level needed to replace older generations. In many EU states, the rate has fallen to around 1.2, 1.3. In Poland today, it is below 1.1. Each generation is smaller than the last one by nearly half. Our societies will age, weaken, and shrink. And these are not abstract numbers. They translate into collapsing pension systems, labor shortages, pressure on healthcare, rising migration pressure, a risk of replacement migration policies being implemented by governments even against the will of the people. And ultimately, they will lead to loss of national identity and national security. Demography shapes the future long before politics does. And yet, this crisis cannot be explained by economy alone. Some of the wealthiest countries in the world with extensive welfare systems and generous social benefits are experiencing the lowest birth rates. This tells us something fundamental. The problem is not centered on material status of families, it is cultural, it is legal, it is anthropological. Without a stable and secure family, there is no democracy. Without the family, freedom becomes fragile. Without families, nations lose their future. I must say this clearly. One of the main causes of today's crisis lies in false diagnosis. For years, public policy in many European countries has been shaped by ideologies that treat the family not as a resource, but as a problem. Marriage is pictured as oppressive, parenthood as burden, motherhood as an obstacle to self-fulfillment. But reality and data tell a different story. Stable marriages and strong families have higher fertility rates. Children raised in intact families do better in schools. They face fewer social risks. They are less likely to end up in foster care or social institutions. Family has a natural structure, which is the only viable structure, with its division of roles and responsibilities, with its inherent order and indispensable set of values and religious beliefs. All of these are under assault by the culture which dominates the public sphere in today's world. Starting from subverting the anthropological understanding of motherhood, fatherhood, meaning of being a wife or a husband, the most successful ways of pursuing happiness. Family stability works. Ideological experiments do not. Family breakdown has also a price, a very real one. In Poland alone, the social and economic cost of marital and family breakdown have been estimated in our analysis at several billions złotych per year. These costs are paid by everyone, by taxpayers, by communities, by the state. Strengthening families is not only a moral duty, it is a sound public policy. A powerful assault on the integrity of the family comes from the international and supranational organizations through a number of initiatives, concepts, and acts of international law, mostly soft international law. Against this background, we must look honestly at the experience of countries that have ratified the so-called Istanbul Convention, which shapes family policies across Europe through its gender-based violence framework. This framework defines the family as a primary source of conflict, as a set of entrenched power structures that reproduce violence and a range of other social pathologies. Poland has also ratified the Istanbul Convention in good faith, with the aim of protecting victims of violence. The goal is legitimate, yet the reality of its implementation tells us a far more troubling story. The convention has become a vehicle for social engineering. It introduces the concept of gender as a social construct detached from biological reality. It obliges states to eliminate so-called stereotypical roles. In practice, this means questioning the traditional family, marriage, and the natural roles of parents. The convention obliges states to adopt, I quote, necessary measures to promote changes in social and cultural patterns, to eradicate customs and traditions that affirm the complementarity of women and men. Yet it is being promoted precisely in Central Europe, countries that already have some of the lowest rates of domestic violence in Europe. some of the smallest gender pay gaps in Europe, and some of the highest levels of female participation in public office and corporate leadership in Europe. In other words, this program of social engineering is imposed even on societies whose traditions have long delivered real equality, often more effectively than those of many Western European Union states. At the center of this process stands the Grevio Committee, the body tasked with monitoring the convention, the Istanbul Convention. The Grevio does far more than assess protection against violence. It issues ideological demands. It calls for compulsory gender education. It pressures states to redefine the family in domestic law. It criticizes constitutional protection of marriage. Even more troubling is the lack of transparency of Grevio. Analysis shows strong links between Grevio experts and radical activist organizations. This is not neutral oversight. It is a political and ideological pressure exercised through international mechanisms. We must also speak openly about the role of radical strands within the feminist movement that form the back office of Grevio. Groups that openly declare their aim to transform society through social engineering. Groups that describe the family as a structure of oppression, that see motherhood as a limitation, that deny the natural differences between women and men. These ideas are not supported by data. They are not supported by lived experience, and yet they increasingly shape international policies and international law. With this framework of international law and pressure, no demography policy will be effective. Fortunately, resistance against counterproductive and intellectually flawed ideologies is growing across Central Europe and beyond. Hungary has made clear that Istanbul Convention conflicts with its constitutional protection of marriage and family. Slovakia's parliament refused ratification, citing threats to constitutional order. Bulgaria's constitutional court ruled that key concepts of convention violate the constitution. The Czech Republic rejected ratification in line with international law, pointing to legal uncertainty and risks to sovereignty. These are not emotional reactions of emotional nations. They are sober legal decisions of sovereign states, decisions rooted in constitutional identity and responsibility for the common good. This resistance against anti-family ideology and against antinatalism is also visible on the global stage. At the United Nations, again and again, attempts to impose so-called sexual and reproductive rights have failed in late 2025. Why? Because there is no global consensus on woke ideology. Countries from Latin America and Africa are increasingly outspoken. They now defend the family. They defend the right to life. They demand real support for mothers and for families. The policy of the United States administration under President Donald Trump played an important role in restoring balance to this international debate. It strengthened voices long silenced by the dominant ideology of the global North. It reminded the world that pluralism must also apply to values. In this context, criticism is not enough. We need a positive alternative on the international law level, a constructive proposal that will strengthen family-based policies and faithful states, and implement family mainstreaming to our policies, a family mainstreaming to international law, economy, and lawmaking. This is why Ordo Iuris Institute for Legal Culture prepared the draft convention on the rights of the family that was officially supported by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the Prime Minister of Poland in 2019 by the previous conservative government. And the draft convention was worked out by International Committee of Experts during Warsaw Symposium in late 2019. The convention is in important part derived from existing human rights, and it affirms a simple truth. The family is the natural and fundamental unit of society. Parents are the primary educators of their children. Marriage between a woman and a man has a special role for social stability. Family life deserves protection from unjustified state interference and social engineering. This proposal responds to the real needs of Central Europe. It respects constitutional traditions, it is grounded in data and social experience, it establishes international committee dedicated to protection of family and affirmation of family-centered policies as good practices in national governance. It shows that modernity does not require rejecting the natural social order and family. Ladies and gentlemen, Central Europe carries a historic responsibility. We can show that democracy needs strong families and clear prioritization of family policy. We must state clearly that the demographic future of our nations depend on the courage to defend marriage, parenthood, motherhood, fatherhood, and family life. May this debate here in Vilnius be a step in this direction. May the Convention on the Rights of the Family become a sign of hope, a sign of responsibility, and a sign that Europe still believes in its future. In case of any questions today concerning the Convention, I'm at your disposal, and we are more than happy to consult the Convention and to promote the Convention across, especially Central Europe. We strongly believe that if the draft Convention on the rights of the family become an international law instrument by consent of sovereign states, it will be a strong counterbalance to what we are experiencing now as the pressure from international agencies and international groups, and probably the most beneficial it will be for the Central European nations. Thank you very much.
Ačiū mūsų pranešėjui iš Lenkijos.
We thank our speaker from Poland. Mr. Krasniewski is a board member, a chairperson of the board of the Ordo Juris Institute for Legal Culture. So we thank him for the invitation to join the coalition in defending the family values. And the next presentation is going to be very interested because we hear a lot about Latvia, Poland. We are neighbors. We see our situation. We hear about Belarus, about Ukraine, and other countries as well. But there's another country in Europe that we share a lot of historical context with. It is Slovakia, and we don't hear a lot about what's happening in Slovakia and about its challenges and its proposed solutions to these demographic challenges. So I would like to give the floor to Mr. Helena Glubotska. Ms. Helena Glubotska, who's a political advisor and Secretary General of the Christian Union political party. She's going to talk about demographic resilience through families, policy paths to counter population decline.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for inviting me, and I do appreciate the previous speakers. They made really substantial points. Who am I? So I am a Christian first. I'm a mother and a wife. And then I'm a policy advisor and a member of the board of the European Christian political party. So where we are today, let's set the stage. Last year, not last year, but in 2023, France tallied fewer births than in 1806, the year Napoleon won the Battle of Jena. Italy reports the fewest births since it 1861 reunification. Spain has fewest since 1859, when its modern birth figures started. And that's what we see in the Europe, that mortality zone hit the stage on 2012, and right now there is a gap over 1.2 million. So what are the statistics? We did talk a lot about it, but I looked at it a little bit from a Lithuania point as well. So we see the Lithuania has the highest negative rate of natural deaths. And the birth outside of marriage in Europe, you see that 1993 there was 17.7% children born outside of marriage. Now it's 41%. The single adult houses with no children, Lithuania has a very high percentage, over 50%, and the rest of EU, 30%, with no children. The divorce rate plummeted from 0.8, actually increased up to 2 points, and Lithuania has even higher, 2.6. Household without children, this is really startling for me. Lithuania has 80%, which is very, very high, highest in Europe. And then also the single-parent households in Lithuania is second highest in European Union, 29%. So we see that households with children do create only 23% in European Union. Out of those, 49%, so half of them are just with one child. And we see that out of all of them, only 63% are in the households with couples. And what is really sad is that the European Union doesn't tell you whether those are marriages or just couples living together. So this is the childless society where we are, and that is a mark of culture that has lost hope for the future. And what we see, the society moves because of what beliefs, what rewards, and that's what shapes their culture. We heard a lot about the culture, but what we believe does shape what we do, how we behave. And our behaviors reflects beliefs that were formed actually decades earlier. Fertility decline is not a sudden event, but it's a delayed outcome of how society has understood freedom, responsibility, and relationships. So to do that, we actually have to understand how we are looking at policy making. And first, I will look at the iceberg model of past. So what we see on the top is something, do you know the iceberg? We see about the water on the surface, we see what is happening, but what is under the surface, under the water, is much more important. So in the past, the beliefs were based on Judeo-Christian framework, Judeo-Christian values. So human beings were understood as relational, as created on the image of God. Life was viewed as a gift, not as a product or constructed. Children's were a blessing and a contribution to the common good, and the future had moral priority over the present. So the values flowing from that set of beliefs were a responsibility before self-realization, and the sacrifice is understood as meaningful. Continuity is very important across all generations. And out of those values, the structures that were formed were marriage as a normative, parenthood is expected, not optional, work and family is integrated, and there was a rooted feeling of community because of not big mobility. There was agriculture that supported that families really, they were seeing children as a common good. The outcomes were stable families, children across all classes, and stable populational renewal. So demography worked in the past not because we had to pursue people to have children, but the system was actually culturally self-reinforcing itself. So what is it now? So now we change our beliefs. Now we have different types of ideologies. We have secular humanism, and out of that feminism, environmentalism, we have Marxism, we have a progressivism. All these ideologies, they focus on individual precise relationship. Meaning is not given by God, but is self-created. Dependency equals failure, and children are some kind of preference, not something that we do want, desire, and it's a social good. But future, because of the environmentalism, is something that is to be afraid, is a threat. Humans are viewed as a virus that is threatening the planet. It went so far that there are actually websites that will tell you stop having children, and they actually elevate it as something that we should look forward to. So this is where we are right now. So the key insight is that system cannot be solved in a demographic decline because children right now are viewed, because of our beliefs, as something irrational. And they are viewed irrational because people stopped believing that children are something that makes them happy or makes system working. So why do financial effectives do not work? Because we are not looking at the policy making in the relational thinking matter. So the past worked, the model worked unconsciously. The present change of our beliefs undermined itself, so we are in deep decline. So in the future, we do actually have to start working very consciously on how to fix it. And demography is not fixed by money, it's fixed by what society believes. So we have two policy pathways, how usually demography is addressed. First one is technocratic, and technocratic policy pathways are focusing mainly on financial bonuses, tax credits, and they are trying to address symptoms. And they do not work because they leave beliefs, values, and structures from the majority untouched. And they actually promote lifestyle that structurally suppress fertility. So the other pathway is relational thinking. So policies must build context and future, not just transactions. And relational thinking looks at demography as a downstream of how society views and structures relationships, responsibility, continuity across generations. So relational thinking looks at demography as emergent property of relationship ecosystems. So when you look at policies as relationships, you do not make them in isolation. You do not make the decision in isolation, because people do not decide about children in isolation. Decisions emerge from housing, work, time, norms, trust, and policies, they always shape those relationships, whether we see it or whether we understand it or not, but they do shape the relationships. And the role of relationships in society is very important, because relationship, that's what carries responsibility across time, that's what transmits meaning, trust, and norms, and that's relationships that make sacrifice intelligible and sustainable. So what we need to do actually is, when we are making policies, we need to align our policy making to that ecosystem of relationships, and address not only events, but we have to understand whether our policies also addressing cultural and structural part of the system. Does it address values of society, or does it address actually the bottom, the deepest level, which actually moves society, and that is beliefs or narratives? What our policies address when we are making them? So when we are looking at event-level policies are those who actually address what we see. It's the visible support, usually child benefits, tag recognition. Those things reduce fear, and we can actually help parents to reduce the fear at the decision point. So can I afford child? But actually, we do not manufacture fertility mechanically. So our point or our aim in these event-level policies, the things that we see, birth rate, declining birth rate, is to address it through finances. That is the first one. But the more important things are the cultural and structural policies. And those actually are looking at as what is the structure that we are creating by our policies, and how can family fit into those structures. And those we can, from relational thinking, divide as a home for every family. Does the family have sustaining income? Does it have a work schedule that sustains family time? Can I have time with my families? Do I live in an environment where the debt is so high, I am very stressed by it? Do we have a family-centered welfare and not individual-centered welfare? And do we create policies that actually support community belonging? So here I just made a few examples of might be the, for example, home for every family. So we are creating infrastructure of belonging, not something that is just used to buy for speculation. So do we, by our policies, support owner-occupation for family, or to buy and have for just money market speculation? Do we support intergeneral or family housing? And so if we look at the housing as something that is a structure the family needs, can take roots so they can grow, that's where we look differently on how we do the policy. Just pay. So we are looking at the policies mostly from individual perspective, but societies before, they were used to live from one income. Father's income was sufficient enough to actually sustain the family. So the view of the income on the family level was always, can the income of those people sustain the family? And if the living wage benchmarks are not tied to family needs, then that's where we go to off of the track. So the next one would be work that serves family. And the shared time is really important for the family. So do we prefer flexibility for employers, or do we create time so the families can have a rhythm of living together? One of policy that, for example, Kresťanská únia put forward was keep Sunday as non-working day just for the families. So part-time and flexible work should not be penalized if you have a family. So family feels livable rather than exhausting, and so couples feel like I have some time, shared time, that I can build my family in. That and financial reform, that must not enslave a family. And so we should definitely structure the mortgage policies around family, so that actually goes with the children through those intensive years when the child is dependent. Family-centered welfare, we talked about it, even the speakers before me. Welfare should reinforce families, not replace them. And then the next one is the community belonging. How do we create the families? What do we support? Do we support long-term residents? Do we support churches? Do we support urban planning that actually feels welcoming for the families? So, but the really important place where not a lot of policies go through is the value level policies. So the values are the ones that actually do change how people are thinking about family. So if we as a government place policies that do not place family at the front as the most positive, celebrated thing, then people will not value it. And so we have to stop looking at old households as this is a family. No, there are different types of commitments. Marriage is the long-term commitment that is the most costly. Therefore, marriage needs the most support. It cannot be viewed as discriminative when I support marriage, but it has to be as something that actually marriage and family is valued the most. So, culture that honors commitment. If we would pay for example, media to actually, or anybody who communicates, to communicate about marriage as something that is very valuable, then we would see different views of our society. For example, the language of continuity, sacrifice, and shared responsibility should be something that is not only in our media, should be in our legislation, because long-term commitment carries higher cost. Intergenerational solidarity, we should absolutely support those policies that build a moral contract between generations. For example, one policy we introduced in Slovakia was the major reform of the social pension system, where we introduced zero pillar policy, where children could actually, if they work in Slovakia, they could contribute to their own parents for their pension systems. So, and the hardest, or the level where not a lot of governments do make policies, is the bottom belief or narrative level of the society. And this is the deepest and most neglected layer. Every society lives by a story, and that current dominant story is live as an individual and optimize whatever chances you have. That is the most important thing. And so we need to shift the public story from society organized around individual optimization to society oriented towards relational continuity and shared responsibility. And so the demography, these are the core messages that we need to understand in policy making when we are making those on that level. Life is not a series of optimizations. Meaning does not come from maximizing those options that we have as individual. Meaning comes through continuity across time between generation and communities, and children make sense only in the culture that believes the future is worth caring. And humans are worth of sacrifice. They can thrive only when the life is shared. So thank you so much. I will say one more non-political message: love above all else. For citizens, we have to love our nation more than anything else. We have to love it, to give it life, and to sacrifice. And for politicians, we need to love our nation above anything else. We need to love it more than 4 years that we have term. And my acknowledgements to ECPP and SALUX for the relational thinking. Thank you very much.
Ačiū viešniai iš Slovakijos. Iš tikrųjų, mylėkime savo tautą ilgiau negu.
Thank you very much indeed. Let's love our nation for more than just 4 years of the term in office. And now we will listen to a presentation from a representative of a country, presentation that you cannot stay indifferent to. Hungary is a country that is often discussed in many countries, and Lithuania included. Sometimes the opinion is quite polarized. Some admire that opinion, some don't. I would just like to note that we receive information on Hungary from secondary sources. That is, these are not direct sources that we receive information on this country. So I'm really happy to have a direct representative of Hungary, and that is Dr. Arpad Joseph Mesaros, the Strategic Vice President of the Maria Kopp Institute for Demography and Families, and he will speak about Family First, the Hungarian family policy experiences. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon for everyone, and I'm really honored to be here, and thank you very much for listening to me. So, first of all, what I would like to say that I couldn't agree more what has been said until now during this conference through the hours, and I do believe that very important things were said about the importance of the change of mindset in our societies to really face the demographic challenges in our societies, in our countries, and in our nations. I came from the Maria Kopp Institute, which is a publicly financed think tank, and it was founded by the Hungarian government in 2018. And it is a research institute, and from this perspective, I can something add to this conference in respect of the results of a working family policy in a country in the European Union. And I do believe that from this perspective it could be useful for you to hear how the Hungarian family policy works and the experiences of our nation in respect of these issues. When we are talking about family protection and the protection of families through family policies, when we are talking about the importance of these policies, there are 4 reasons which should be taken into consideration. One demographic perspective, one from economic perspective, one from emotional well-being, and lastly, and I do believe that it is very important today, the existence of the nation. When we are talking about demographic reasons, in Hungary, we are in a very severe position and situation because the population has been declining since 1981 in Hungary. And there is a very serious another demographic effect which should be taken into consideration, that between 2010 and 2024, the number of women aged 39 decreased at least by 20%, and it is a huge number, a huge loss for the whole society. In those charts, you can see that there is a serious decline in the population in Hungary, losing more than 1,100,000 people since 1981. And also, there is a very serious issue of the change in the number of the women aged between 20 and 39, as I mentioned, and the women over 40. You can see the serious change which affects the whole society in the middle of Europe in our country. When we are talking about the economic reasons, we see that there is no economic growth and sustainable development without childbirth and the strengthening of families. And the childbearing is the question of competitiveness and sustainability. It is a well-known fact. From this perspective, it is very important to see that in Hungary it works, that parenting and working encourage each other, and therefore we are building a society based on work and family. And from this perspective, somehow it is an investment in the future. Thirdly, the emotional well-being. It is a well-known fact that a loving, harmonious family and good marriage are decisive health protection factors for the people. So it is good for everyone to live in a family. And a supportive family is the foundation for a good quality of life. And therefore, it is very important to see that the state of the society is only as good as the state of the family. And lastly, I wanted to emphasize the importance of the existence of a nation. And from this perspective, family as the basic unit of the society is the guarantee for the nation's survival. And therefore, Hungary shall protect the institution of marriage as the union as one man and one woman established by voluntary decision, and the family as the basis of the survival of the nation, as our constitution states. When we are talking about the principles of family policies, of a working family policy, as an example in Hungary, there are 5 important pillars should be taken into consideration. Parenting should be financially advantageous. Families should receive help for home ownership in Hungary, and I do believe that somehow in Central Eastern Europe it is very important for the people to own the flat or the house where they live, and they live with their families. Because in respect of the longer perspectives, for us, it is very important to see as a basis of a secured future for the whole family. Family policy should be focused on mothers, and every aspect of the country's lives shall be made family-friendly. And I wanted to emphasize the importance of this 4th principle, because it is about the change of mindset in our societies, which can help to reverse the negative effects what has been introduced by Jerzy, for example, but what could be seen in many countries in the European Union according to the work, the so-called work of international agencies and international institutions, and somehow we have the strong feeling that even the European Union institutions introduces policies which are somehow against the family and the family friendliness in our societies. And finally, families and children should be protected by law. There are more than 30 measures, those covering the inter-life path in Hungary. I wouldn't introduce all these measures exactly. I just wanted to give you a picture about these kind of measures. But before we are going into the details of the measures, I wanted to show you the framework of family support measures in Hungary, where the basis is that the linking benefits to employment versus universal care is a starting point to make policies, because, as I mentioned, the work and the family encourages each other. Real option for families should be provided to make the decision to stay home up to 3 years and or return to the employment before it. But the decision should be given to the parents and not given institutions. Most benefits available after fetuses as well as after the 12th week of the pregnancy. So it shows a pro-life approach of the Hungarian family policy. And we should take into consideration also that the intergenerational solidarity is needed in our society to create a strong society in our nations. So there are measures for targeting young peoples, not one, but several. One of the most important is the personal income tax exemption for young people under 25 years, up to the average income level. It is a good starting point to give help to the younger generation to come into the labor market and start their life working. I just wanted to show you a chart about the effects somehow of these measures. One of the measures was to give support to learn languages, and the knowledge of the foreign language and the skills of the younger generation has really improved, for example. There are very important measures targeting the young couples. Of course, it is one of the most important part of creating policies in respect of affecting the birth rates in a country. The most important and the most effective ones was the personal income taxation for young married couples and the mothers, and a so-called baby expecting subsidy, which is a free-to-use loan or subsidy for married couples of 11 million Hungarian forint, which is at about 27,000 euros to start their life as a family. As married couples, and in most of the cases, they are using to buy a house or flat, solving the housing problem, and this measure can really help to solve one of the most important challenge the young generation and the young people are facing when they are taking the decisions about having children. This chart shows that the proportion of children born to married couples changed very seriously in the different European Union member states, and we see that the proportion changed very seriously in Hungary according to these measures. The families with small children, where the children is under 3 or when the children is under 6, in sometimes under 8, there are very important issue about the losing of income, of the losing of salary, the earlier salary, at least one of the partners, mainly the mothers. And in most of the cases, the mothers, for these reasons, take the decision not having more children, or the ladies having the decision not having any children. And we do believe that for this perspective, as I mentioned, to make the family life and the birth advantageous for families, these measures are providing an income for the families, even more than it was before the birth of the child, and we see that these measures can really help and an invention for the incentive for the mothers to take the decision to have children. And at the same time, it created an opportunity for most of the families to take the decision to come back to the labor market and receiving the family supports and working at the same time and having the salary all together, which creates an opportunity to maintain the level of income for the family, or making the situation better than it was before the birth. And generally, the policy making doesn't end when the child is 3 years old or 7 or 8 years old and starting the family. There are different very important measures to provide the family's support for the whole period of raising children, raising children till they are starting their life as adults. I just wanted to show you also a very important change in the Hungarian system. Employment of the large family parents with small children has really changed. According to the Hungarian family policies, and we can see that the numbers, those were above, definitely above the EU average level, became higher than the EU average level, also in large families, because the Hungarian family policy measures provided the opportunities to take part in the labor market and raising the children and several children, not only one child in a family effectively in Hungary. And also I wanted to show you that it is a well-known fact that in Hungary housing is a very important issue because it is not only the question of the available flats and houses, but in most of the cases the Hungarians would like to live in their own housing, in their own house or flat. There are several housing support measures, and according to the effects of these measures, we see that more than 90% of Hungarians live in own housing. So far, 1/3 of family homes have been renovated in Hungary under the previous home renovation programs. And by 2024, every fourth family has acquired or extended their homes with the help of the family housing subsidy. And I do believe that it is a very important result of these measures. Also, it is very important not only to give money to the families, it was introduced by the previous speakers very clearly also. And from this perspective, it is very important to create a supporting system which provides kindergarten services, which provides daycare, nursery services for the families. Otherwise, they just can't come back to the labor market and raising children at the same time. And for these reasons, it was a very important program, for example, that the nursery system has been rebuilt in Hungary, and the places were doubled for 2024, which means that there was a 100% rise in nursery places for the age group 0 to 3, and the majority of children enjoy discounted or free meals, for example, in the system, even in the kindergarten system, even in the schools, and more than 1 million children given a holiday opportunity in Hungary. And in respect of the older people, because I said that the intergenerational solidarity is a very important issue, I just wanted to show that there are also important measures. For example, the women 40, the so-called grandmother pension, which was introduced in the Hungarian system, which helped for a lot of women to take part in the life, in the family life of their children, helping raising the small children in Hungary. And that's why we can state that stronger cooperation between generations helped the grandparents meet more with their grandchildren. The answer for the question is yes. We see that 80% at least once a week sees their grandchildren, and I do believe that it is a very important fact. Okay, and I also mentioned a very important issue, the family friendliness. A family-friendly environment and a family-friendly mindset is very important in a country to rebuild what has been lost during the last 50 or 30 years, as we see, and it is a trend not in only in Hungary, but it is a trend in all of the countries. in respect of the transformation of the mindset, there were several very important measures introduced in Hungary. I just wanted to make clear that according to this, there were changes in the workplaces, in the municipalities, in the service providers, universities, where the people work also, and not only in respect of family friendliness could be told about in the state environment, in the policy environment, but in the everyday life where we live, the family friendliness were introduced and was rebuilt in Hungary. More than 2,000 organizations audited is family friendly in Hungary, and more than almost 400,000 employees reached through family-friendly measures. And I do believe that it is a very important fact, and that also there are a lot of municipalities which are fighting for to be family-friendly in Hungary, where to live. And summarizing somehow what has been said about the Hungarian policy, I could tell a lot more about it, but the time constraint wouldn't allow me to introduce more about it. But the last 15 years in Hungary has been a family-friendly period, and what is the most important, that the importance of family values has increased in Hungary, and well-being and living standards of families improved, and it has become easier to balance work and family. And I also wanted to mention, as finally, that according to these measures and the investment in Hungary, more than it is estimated that more than 200,000 children more were born in Hungary during the last 15 years. It is a question, it could be a question, does it worth? And we would say in Hungary that of course it worth. These are our children. Thank you very much.
Ačiū svečiui iš Vengrijos. Iš tikrųjų, valstybė, kuri viena pirmųjų Europoje turbūt pradėjo.
Thank you. Hungary was one of the first countries in Europe which started talking about social measures for increasing birth rates. It was great to hear from the first-hand source about these measures. Now we're moving on to the break. We finished the presentations of the conference. In the second part of the conference, we will have questions and answers sessions, discussions, and we will talk about the proposals regarding our resolution. Let's come back to the whole 1435, another technical detail. We still have some time constraints during the second half of our conference. So during the break, please approach me or Violetta and register to speak and to have your intervention. So please inform us if you want to speak so we can estimate the number of speakers during the second part of the conference.
Po truputį kviečiame visus į salę. Emilija, jeigu tu gali dar primink jiem ten.
You are really good in keeping on time, everybody.
I'm trying. Kviečiame visus į salę, užimkite savo vietas ir pradėsime antrą.
Please take your seats, and we're about to begin our second part of the conference.
Tai sveiki sugrįžę į mūsų.
Welcome back to the second part of our conference. Please take your seats. Those who are watching our broadcast, we're holding the conference on demographic resilience through families, policy paths to counter population. Conference titled Demographic Challenges and Family Policy, International Experience. We're going to hold the questions and answer sessions, and we are going to talk about the proposals to the of the conference, proposals that will be submitted to our decision makers. And I would like to invite Dr. Rimantas Jonas Dagys to present this proposal. Good afternoon, participants of the conference, those who are here in the hall. You do have the text of the resolution, but those who are watching us on the internet, those don't have this document. So we expect that the work of today's conference will be continued and that we will avoid the demographic crisis, and we will revise a lot of laws. If we fail to do that, our fate might be sad. Since 1995, without migration, we lost 340,000 Lithuanian citizens. If these trends continue, by 2050, we have lost 1 million of citizens. And then we will have to extend the pension age by 7 to 10 years, and will receive approximately 1 million of immigrants from third countries. But we can change these trends. I've heard several proposals that should be highlighted in the resolution I'm about to read. We prepared the resolution together with our presenters of today's conference. If you have any proposal, we will add them to the document. I've heard the matter of patriotic duty, which is very important. I was born in Kazakhstan, and after the war, their population was small, 3 million people, but now they have 29 million people, because they do have the national idea of inhabiting Kazakhstan without any major social programs, which should be highlighted. And the convention could contribute to the text of this resolution. So comments and additions to this text will be accepted during our discussion. So I will read the text of the resolution. The participants of the conference draw attention to the fact that the Western world is experiencing a deep demographic crisis. Over the past 10 decades, approximately 10 million people have died in the European Union than were born. Already today, significantly fewer people are entering the working age population than the reaching retirement age. Despite substantial funds allocated to social policy, the demographic crisis is deepening and the European Union is losing competitiveness in the world. Since 1995, Lithuania has lost about 340,000 residents, and by 2050, this number could grow to 1 million. Currently, Lithuania's population decreases by an average of about 54 individuals daily. More people die than are born. If the situation does not change, Lithuania's population may drop to approximately 2.2 million by 2050. These processes in Lithuania and in many Western countries are largely related to the weakening of the family institution, the diminishing significance of family based on the complementarity of a man and woman, the decreasing respect for marital bonds, and the insufficient attention to a consistent, comprehensive demographic policy. Family policy is often fragmented, poorly coordinated, and limited to social policy measures. Given the growing geopolitical and security threats, addressing the demographic crisis becomes one of the essential conditions for national security. The participants of the conference agree and recommend the following: to consider family policy as a strategic state policy. Family and demographic policy should not be just a set of individual measures or a collection of decisions from separate institutions. They must be cohesive, coordinated, and integrated, encompassing the areas of taxation, education, health, housing, employment, regional development, and social protection policies. Programs and specific actions should consistently stem from the overall strategy to strengthen respect and trust in the family. Addressing demographic challenges is inseparable from strengthening solid, economically secure and sustainable families. State policy must create conditions for young families to build their lives in Lithuania and raise children without experiencing poverty, insecurity, or structural barriers. It is essential to consistently foster a positive societal attitude towards families and to develop the youth ability and motivation to take on long-term family commitments. Propaganda aimed at weakening the family institutions based on marriage between a man and a woman should not be supported. To implement changes in the three main areas: restore respect for families based on the complementarity of man and woman and mutual commitments. A strong family should become a goal for the younger generation. Second, point B. Promote respect for human life and dignity, ensuring comprehensive support for families expecting children, families raising young children or children with disabilities, as well as those caring of sick family members. C. Ensure that economic policy strengthens family security through a fair tax system, recognition of the family as an economic unit, adequate benefits, housing affordability, and services compatible with family life. 4. We invite political parties and state institutions, first, to prioritize family policy in political programs and initiate a national agreement on family strengthening and demographic policy, to consistently implement the family strengthening law, to ensure affordable housing, childcare, and education services for young families based on their place of residence. 4. To strengthen the orientation of social health and education services towards the family, to recognize parents as key strategic partners in the education system, to integrate family preparations programs into the education system, fostering children's sense of responsibility towards family, community, and state. 7, to ensure that family policy is based on the principles of subsidiarity, family empowerment, and respectful life. And finally, to add mandatory family impact assessment for all major legislation and public spending decisions. To strive for long-term results. By 2050, Lithuania must become a country where people want to create families, raise children, and reside. Family strengthening leads to a trust-based relationship between the citizen and the state, as well as stronger community identity and responsibility for a shared future. And reacting to what has been said, I would like to add that this has to be reflected in all laws.
Dar kažką norėt papildyti?
Thomas, did you want to add something? Yes, I just wanted to say that we should sign that organizers and participants of the conference support this proposal. Yes, so we'll have a discussion during which you may add something to the proposal if you want to. And now it's time for our Q&A session. The first to ask a question is Ms. Rasa Žemaitė, a representative or head of the National Association of Women. So please, the floor is yours. Good afternoon. I'm the member of the board of the National Association of Active Mothers. Thank you very much for a very good debate, for to-the-point presentations, for the abundance of information. I hope my wish is to have such events lasting for 3 days, during which we would be able to discuss in greater detail the things that have been said. In any case, at least we have a starting position for those discussions in the form of this event. So I have a few questions and comments of mine. First of all, thank you to the acting head of the National Family Council for her presentation, for mentioning the solidarity, which is also a key part of family policy. As a representative of an NGO, I have to note that lately the ranks of family-related NGOs have been dropping. The current policy measures are functioning in a way that people working on a voluntary basis in the field, their numbers are dropping, and we don't have new members coming into these organizations, young people, because they prioritize other things. So my first comment or proposal would be that next to the strengthening of the foundations for strengthening families, such as the establishment of a family-friendly networks, because at the moment there are scarce numbers of such organizations, because there are municipalities where family issues are not represented at all. So we would be very much interested in establishing a family-related network, because this is our priority. Because if there's no public opinion represented in this network, then we can go on discussing things as we want, and society will not be aware of those issues. My next proposal would be the complex and systemic monitoring of the issues, because without it we cannot see the actual legal landscape in the field. Certainly family issues are mentioned in some legal acts, but if we were to identify which measures exist in Lithuania, which of them exist elsewhere, what is missing as regards family policies, so far we don't have a tool to look at that total landscape of the policy measures available. So to have this picture of the existing measures, we need to ensure systemic monitoring with a responsible institution to do that. If we take, let's say, the former Department for Youth Affairs, which is now the Youth Affairs Agency, I believe, they currently have 60 people employed there. I looked at that specifically. In the meantime, the National Family Council, how many staff members have you got, or other organizations? Let's say the Department for People with Disabilities. Again, they have about 40 staff members. So these minority groups in our country are represented at a higher level whenever there are greater numbers of staff employed in such representative institutions. But whenever politicians start discussing these major issues without the necessary family-related institutions properly supported with the necessary staff numbers, then there's a lack of attention to those issues. Family issues are in general related through the entire life of a family process. And so what we are missing is the commitment as regards family-related issues. What I'm referring to is the financial issues of families whenever they need to take care of the senior members of the family. The aging, the serious aging issues contribute to the issues that families are forced to deal with. And my final point is that is a focus on specific families. There are families with grandparents, families with single parents, with adopted or guarded children, families with children under temporary guardianship. There are all sorts of different families. So yes, the foundation of our policy is a stable family, one that everyone intends to create. However, whenever life happens, there are other forms of families that emerge, and so the family policy should not neglect those different families, including young families that only start their family lives, because that's where everything begins from, as relates their decision to have children or not. So thank you once again. This would be my comments, and I'm grateful to the wonderful presentations we had before. Thank you very much. You said question. Yes, I have a question to the Hungarian representative. You've mentioned that you have pensions for the seniors, for the support of the seniors. Could you elaborate a bit more on that support for your elderly?
Thank you very much. To be short, the so-called grandma pension gives an opportunity to go on pension earlier for women, which means that they can take part very actively in raising children. But there are also other kind of measures. For example, the childcare fee could be asked for the grandparents also, and both of the parents could return to the labor market or remain in the labor market, and the grandparent can raise the children or take part in raising the children during the day and receiving the fee social security system. And I do believe that these opportunities are very important in respect of including the broader family, not only the parents in the process of raising children. So shortly, this is the most important message. Thank you.
Taip, ačiū. Tomai.
Thank you, Tom. The floor is yours. I'm Thomas Sinuta, one of the organizers of the conference, member of the Public Initiative Forum Family 2050. I would like to promote a portal, a Catholic portal, ikmetis.lt, and on that website you can find all of the interviews of our today's presenters. Those interviews are very interested and they are broad and they cover a lot of aspects. They are very professional interviews regarding demographic and family matters. We have a special section for Family 2050 where you can find more information about our initiative. There's a lot of interesting information for those who would like to learn about the topic more than we've heard today. Thank you for sharing this information. Now, the next speaker, Ramūnas Aušrotas, Renovarum head. Thank you for your presentations. Thank you for the conference. The presentations were very inspiring, and I agree that this is only the first step towards a deeper discussion. I have several points that would help us to broaden the discussion and to pinpoint certain challenges for today. Talking about family policy, it is obvious that good intentions are not enough. We understand the challenge of demography. We want our situation to be better, but when it comes to the issue of the political will, then we face a problem. We see the enthusiasts who would love to focus on family policy, but other politicians outside this hall, they lack this political will. It is therefore natural that this is a threshold that hinders all of the strategies of family policy. My second point is the constant change of political cycles, which poses difficulties in terms of family policy continuity. And family policy requires long continuity. And in Lithuania, we have a pendulum principle in the government. It was very interesting to see the Hungary's experience with the same political party being in the government for 14 years, and it's a great opportunity to try certain family policy measures and see if they work. Another point that is important is the targeting of family policy measures, because after the elections there are a lot of proposals what could be done. A lot of those proposals are rather perfect, but very often the real need for some measures is not studied, as well as the impact of certain measures. That assessment is very often speculative, and it's difficult to evaluate and see whether those policy measures were effective or not. And we can see the differences between Hungary and Poland because Poland failed to increase their demography, whereas Hungary has managed to do that to some degree. But in Hungary, a certain field was studied and the needs were examined very well, and that it focused on the topic of housing. This topic is, this is a crucial foundation that can be built upon. Another important point that I wanted to mention, it is important to understand that family policy measures when it comes to economics, they are rather limited. And this is a question for Hungary. Have you reached the limit of your family policy capacities? Because what you've mentioned, your family policy requires a lot of finances and you pour a lot of money into the society. So the question is whether it's effective and whether those investments will give return. In Lithuania, we invest into defense, and our economy should be more competitive, and it doesn't have certain conditions that allows us to allocate those money freely. I don't think that money could persuade people to create families in contemporary society. This is my personal example. In families, people either benefit from families and they want to create their own families, and some people are failed by their families and they don't want to create their own families, and some people who don't want to create families, they cannot be incentivized through economic measures to create families. So what was proposed by the representative of Slovakia is to rethink our strategy and our strategy about communication regarding our values and build a strategy on those values that would affect the younger generation. And finally, my final remark for the Lithuanian context, yes, the situation in Lithuania is gloomy, and I would like to see the political will in our politicians at least not to worsen this situation. And we are talking about the law on strengthening families and its understanding of family as the foundation of our society. One point has not been mentioned is the law on reproductive health. This law is a tool for the diminishing the surplus of the population, and the paradigms that are in the law, the design of those measures was created 30 years ago when we didn't know about the future demography situation in Europe. And now we want to adopt that measure when we are in a demographic crisis. And if politicians can hear me, please hear me. This is very important. If we don't have any political will to improve the situation, at least we should not worsen it. Thank you.
Ačiū Ramūnai, aš tik pasitikslinu, ar čia kažkam buvo adresuota?
Thank you, Ramonas. Just a clarification. Did you address this as a question to someone, or was it just your comment? Yes, perhaps this was just a comment. referring maybe to Hungary or Poland, if they are willing to respond. So I'm now looking at our colleagues from Poland and Hungary. Would you like to respond to what has just been said or not, or can we continue?
With just a few words, I'm sorry for being late, but to what I heard from your intervention, we have to agree that the age of political liberalism is over. And in order to provide for honest family policy, we need to move on beyond liberalism to the social order that is based mostly on what we will say Catholic social teaching or just solidarity as a principle of economic order. And that means that we have to, for instance, in order to provide for most of the most effective measures, also to provide for the measures concerning values and supporting and promoting values in our societies. We need to move beyond liberalism. We need to move into the sphere of positive discrimination, the language of the left. But this time, this positive discrimination will be all about the families. We need to underline that we are entitled to do so. There is no equality. There are those who contribute more, and there are those who are entitled to receive more from the society because they do contribute more to the common good. And it is not individualism. The family is a basic social unit of the society, and it should be the primary structural recipe of any state policies. That's what already was said about the Hungarian approach, to make the family the recipe of the support, not the individual members of the family. Most of all, we have to structurize family policy around cultural policy. It was already told today, and it is all about commitment, relationship, ambitions, role models, popular culture. And I totally agree, and I remember those wonderful presentations that were given today. When it comes to law on reproductive health, the worst thing about it is not thousands or hundreds of thousands of killed people in the abortion procedures. But the worst thing is the civilization of death, is the culture of death that comes with acceptance of the so-called reproductive and sexual health and rights. The culture of death that accepts a person, unborn person, as a mean to an end of other individual. And in the culture of death, there is no place for community. There is no place for a family. There is no place for commitment and mutual responsibility. And yes, of course, I do agree, and we are doing whatever is possible in Poland to raise this awareness and to raise the protection of life, mostly because of this responsibility for the community, to build up the dignity of life that is needed also to provide for a family policy and to provide for a good structurized culture of life that is needed for every family policy. Sorry for this short intervention, but at least responding to some of the issues you raised. Thank you.
Ačiū ir taip pat Vengrijos atstovas.
Thank you, and I see a Hungarian representative is willing to respond.
Yeah, thank you very much. I do believe that in Europe and in our societies it is a very important issue to show the impact assessments and the measuring the effectiveness of measures. And I do believe that it is, of course, a very important issue, but we are talking about investments not only for 5 years or 10 years, but in a longer term perspective. And we are talking about the preservations of our nations. And we are talking about the rebuild of values in our society. So from this perspective, of course, the number of the marriages, the number of the decrease of abortion in a country, the number of decrease of divorces in a country, or the employment rates in a country, especially for women with small children. These are indicators, very important indicators. But what I wanted to add in this perspective, that these policies in a longer term could rebuild a family friendliness in a country. And Hungary's experience shows policy can influence behavior and general attitude for family friendliness in a society, well-established wish for having children. And according to our polls in our institute, we see that these are very important effects and impacts of these measures. Can we count it in forints? Can we count it in euros? Of course, it is a question, and we can have debates on it. But we need to take into consideration a broader perspective. And we see, according to our pollings also, that the Hungarian public opinion still strongly values marriage and parenthood in Hungary. And I do believe that it is a very important effect and impact when we are talking about the effectiveness of the measures. And I also mentioned that, yes, we are spending a lot of money in families, but it is a question of a society, what kind of issues are the most important in a society to spend on. And we do believe that to spend on our families, to give them strengths and to maintain the strengths of the families and the resiliency of the families, especially in these today's circumstances in respect of economical crisis, COVID health crisis, and the war situation in Europe, in whole Europe, and when we see that whole Europe loses its competitiveness, it is very important that in a longer term, if we spend this money on our families, we are spending money on our future. And as I mentioned, the direct number, for example, which is measured according to these policy measures in Hungary, there are 200,000 children more, those were born. It is a big city in Hungary. And they are Hungarian children with Hungarian culture in Hungarian families. And I do believe that these are also very important impacts when we are putting it together. We just can't effectiveness measuring only in forints and in euros. And I do believe that it is very important to see this factor also.
Ačiū, kadangi po Ramūno intervencijos.
Thank you very much. Since we heard from the Polish and Hungarian representative, perhaps somebody from other countries, our guests, would like to respond in any way?
Ne, ar galim su kitu klausimu judėti?
I just might add to that every country is trying to address the demography in Europe. And there's a lot of policies. And what is really missing is if we can assess whether those policies are addressing the symptom, whether it is addressing the structural and cultural issue, or whether it's addressing values, or even deeper, whether it is addressing the beliefs of the nation, of the state. And unless we are able to come with a tool that will help us to map whether, let's say, 80% of policies are just concentrated to address the symptom, but is not addressing the values or the narrative of the state, we will not see the change. The shift only happens if we are able to shift the narrative or the value. That's where the shift happens, and we need a shift. We cannot just be sustained by throwing some policies at the event, at the symptom. So that's just the one thing, and that's what we are trying to do in Slovakia as well with the policies.
Ačiū.
Thank you. Another question, intervention from Saulius Čaplinskas, member of the parliament. Mr. Čaplinskas, the floor is yours. Thank you. First of all, I would like to thank the organizers of the conference as well as the presenters who came here, who found the time to prepare these interesting presentations. And this is a very positive event, but we see that across the whole Europe, we don't have any success stories when it comes to demography. Maybe Hungary in a way, but maybe it's a bit too early to talk about a success story. But is it really a success story? Not yet. And it's not about the finances, it's not about the money. We talk about one of the richest regions of the world. Demography is influenced not by money, but by beliefs and attitudes. When it comes to attitudes, there are a lot of factors at play. First of all, there's media. We can hope that the media will react to what is being said during this event. I missed the beginning of this conference, and I don't know whether you had any representatives of the media, but the Seimas is open for everyone. The events are broadcast, and the video recordings can be watched later. And when it comes to the attitudes, let's talk about the political will. Attitudes and beliefs give birth to political birth. If we have clearly manifested beliefs in society, we will have the political will that responds to those beliefs. As it was said, political will and love for one's nation should last more than one parliamentary term. It should be a constant. And I would like to ask our foreign guests, once again, thank you for coming here. Based on your experience, several things that Lithuania should not do. What does not work when it comes to improving the demographic situation? And I approve the text of the proposal of the resolution, and I think that this topic should be on our agenda at all times, not during this political cycle, but also in the future. Thank you for your intervention. So the question is for our guest. What did not work in your countries, in your respective countries, when it comes to demographic challenges? Who would like to start? Our guest from Latvia. Let's start with you. The floor is yours.
Yes. I will tell you one thing that doesn't work, that hasn't worked for us. Any coalition with liberals and left killed conservative thought. I am not in politics, but I have observed it many times. Some years ago, we even had a new party. It was called New Conservative Party. I voted for it. And they very quickly sold themselves out to liberal forces and started to start some agitation for same-sex relationships. So it's gone. Any coalition, conservatives and liberals will end with the death of conservative thought. And just one more example from my country in Latvia. Unfortunately, this text of the resolution, I have it in English in my computer, but not here. But I remember that one that one point where you say that any proposition of law must be assessed for its impact. Yes, thank you. For its impact on the family and marriage. Be very careful when you work that out. We try to do that in Latvia. We had this proposition that you need to assess the impact of family, but liberals, they redefine the word family so that the family is also two men living together, two women living together and all that. So, you know, and we even had some important money from taxpayers going to family policy. That family policy in a large measure has been hijacked by liberal and left activism, who used it even for pride organizations, because they say, we are for family, and who are you, bigot? We are for family, okay? So I'm sorry if it's pessimistic, but I speak from as an observer and from my experience. Thank you.
Ačiū labai Latvijos atstovai. Taigi pirmas patarimas – jokių koalicijų su liberalais. Tai čia dabar girdėjom.
Okay, so I guess one recommendation not to go into coalition with the liberals. A very interesting comment in the current context. I see a representative from Poland willing to share some insights.
What hasn't worked in Poland was social benefits. 8 years of tremendous measures implemented by the conservative government under advisors from all over the world saying that with enough social benefits you will rise the fertility ratio in Poland above 1.5, 1.6, while in the end of those 8 years we have less than 1.1. That's basic evidence that it didn't work. And just imagine that in 2016, when we implemented the universal benefit for each child, 500 zloty, now it is 800, something like 200 euro for each child every month. Initially, on short term, as you mentioned before, it produced a little effect, but it collapsed just afterwards. And then it presented a tremendous burden, a political burden on the government, because nobody may back off from this policy. Right. And the cost of that policy in 2016, now it is less, but in 2016 the cost of the single policy was nearly as much as we received from the personal income tax. So the cost was huge. And all other benefits, they play their role, but it is not a role in rising the fertility ratio. They play their role as they are a very important tool of redistribution of wealth. And we need some kind of redistribution, of course, but do not pretend it is a family policy, especially fertility ratio rising policy. That one is only value-based policy. And our conservative government for 8 years, and now our conservatives are wiser than that when they are in opposition. But for 8 years, they were very reluctant to say that they will deal with value-based policy. They were too liberal for that. They wanted too much attention from the European Union. They wanted too much of positive approach from the European Commission. And they wouldn't have this positive support if they were openly value-based government implementing Christian social teaching, Catholic social teaching in practice in Poland. So, of course, we need value-based policies. We have to be bold about it. We have to preach it openly. Yes, we do support marriages, heterosexual marriages. They are supported by the state because they contribute more. Yes, we do support Christian faith groups. In Poland, it's mostly Catholic Church, of course. Yes, we do support because it is beneficial for the common good. Yes, we do not support the liberal groups and we do not support the LGBT movement because they are not beneficial for the common good. And we have to be bold about that. And of course, it is illiberal. Yes, and we have to be very proud of that. So, thank you.
Ačiū reakcija iš Lenkijos ar Vengrijos.
Thank you for the Polish response, Hungarian or Slovakian response, perhaps. What should not be done? Let me remind you of the question.
I'll just shortly very much agree with my Polish colleague. The welfare is not the solution. And I would actually argue here a little bit, push back, to call welfare, so it means to give money as a social benefit to families as a value policy, because it, as I said, it breaks the relationship in a sense of family believing that they can take care of themselves, and they start to see state as the provider. We have to make sure the family believes they can take care of themselves. So that is a mistake. We have to reframe it, and instead of giving social benefits, we have to do tax credits, which means that family works and we are telling you we are leaving you money from your work. So if you have a children, you will have tax credits because you worked hard, and you as a family, you will keep that money that you worked for. So I would just add that and push back on the social benefit as a value policy. Thank you.
Just let me add that when it comes to value-added tax, it is a regressive tax. So with the family, I have 6 children. We are paying much more value-added tax than family with 1. And with those benefits, in fact, what was told by the conservative government in Poland, we are paying back the value-added tax to the families, just in part, but in fact it is not welfare, it's paying back what they have paid in VAT for raising their children.
Ačiū labai už mūsų svečių pastabas. Dar komentaras iš Vengrijos.
Thank you very much.
One more comment from a Hungarian representative.
I also wanted to mention the importance of make difference between the social policy and the family policies in a country. We tried it between 2010 and 2014 to make a family policy under the scope of social policy. And it doesn't really work because it was a mismatch. The targets were different, and the values are different in respect. But the most important thing is that if the targets are different, you need to take into consideration not to put those things together. And yes, I absolutely agree that it is very important, and now the Hungarian government is really devoted to work on this, to leave more with the families and not take it and redistribute it through the tax system, and I do believe that it was very important to make this distinction that supporting and targeting supporting the poor and supporting the poor and targeting the poverty is something else than making a family policy, which is a value-based approach is needed there, and I do believe that from this perspective it doesn't work if you mismatch family policy with social policy.
Ačiū. Kiek matau reakcijos, pirmiausia, Tomas Sanuta nori sureaguoti.
Thank you very much. I see Thomas is willing to respond, followed by Mr. Dagys.
Visų dabar klausančių ir ateityje klausysiu.
I would like to point out the example presented by our Latvian colleague. This is an example very important for Lithuania. She mentioned about being very cautious about the impact of political actions, and she mentioned the changed definition of family. And for many years, I've been fighting on the topic regarding the law on partnership, And we were not against homosexual people getting married, but in the law, they're trying to change the definition of a family. And I would like to come back to the very beginning, and when the Minister of Justice said that a family is not just an emotional, is not just an entity based on emotions. We should talk about. Currently, any other definition is not possible. In long term, the cultural narrative that's going to translate into certain values is not possible, but even in short term, no family policy measures are possible because they're not meaningful, because we don't have a unity of a unit of family. Anyone could say that we are a family, and those family policy measures would not work. For this reason, and there have been heated debates in the society, and our politicians should also revise their proposals. We're not arguing against people's rights to do certain things. So thank you for our Latvian colleagues for these remarks. Rimai, I would like to react to what has not been done perfectly. All these social projects, they won't work, because if they did, the European Union would be thriving. But Lithuania, in the EU, the birth average is 1.4, and in Africa, without any social programs, the average is 4 children for one person, and they don't have any programs. So there's a certain balance, and certain social policy measures are necessary, but it should be a support policy. It won't solve all of the demographic problems, but that support is necessary, and we need a national idea. The idea, as I mentioned, that was being fostered in Kazakhstan. So we need the idea, and colleagues from Poland and the declaration you proposed, it could have an idea of uniting Europe to continue its existence in the future. And this idea would unite European nations, because those European nations are worthy of existing in the future, and it would affect a part of people, and maybe it would program our youth to act accordingly. People are afraid of alien cultures, and we could unite our people regardless of their religion. The idea of existing in the future could be a strong driving force. Thank you, Rimantas. I know on the list we have a member of the Kaunas City Council. Good afternoon. Once again, I would like to thank the organizers of the conference as well as the moderator. I have 4 remarks and a question. As I was listening to the stories from other different countries, I can see that there are certain ideological fights regarding the concept of family. So communication is very important. And if every young person today could confidently say what's the benefits of postponing the creation of a family that is being able to travel, self-improve, and so on and so forth. And I think I don't think that young people could say what are the benefits of having 2 or 3 children. What are the incentives? What are the benefits of that? What could incentivize people to have children? Another observation that is related to my question. In Lithuania, we have high requirements for childcare. Children, for example, a boy and a girl, parents want to have 2 separate rooms so that every child has their own. And the stories when children are removed from families, these stories create a sense of insecurity, and young people are afraid to have children because they are not sure whether they will be able to provide for them. So what is the experiences in foreign countries? What are the minimum requirements of the well-being of children in families? And the Kauno City municipality, we have this problem. We're fighting for certain measures and for the implementation of these measures. Free of charge meals is a good measure. However, the situation in our city is that in 2024, 448 euros were not used. Euros were not used for that purpose, and this year, in 2025, 1 million euros was not used for free of charge meals. And we asked why was this money not used for that, and we heard that children are embarrassed to use to receive those free of charge meals. Are we fighting against that? So we need to correct our communication when it comes to these matters. And my last points, and I would like to once again thank our foreign guests, especially our guest for Hungary, because I've heard about 11,000 euros of loan for young families to purchase housing. And I'm curious whether it depends on the region, or is it applied in the regions, or is it also applied in the capital city? Why am I asking? Because when we look at the family policy in Lithuania, we are fragmenting it. We are supporting families in the regions, and there are very few families in the regions. But what are the measures that are implemented for families that live in cities? Are the families in cities worse than the ones in regions? So we need to rethink all of that, because having families in regions is good because those people receive loans, but having a family in a big city is not beneficial because there are no incentives. So maybe we should apply other measures in the regions. So once again, I would like to thank the organizers of the event for this conference, and I would be glad to hear the answer from Hungary regarding the 11,000 euros loan. Sorry, it was 27,000 euros.
Thank you very much. To be honest, the situation is a little bit more complex. There are several kind of housing subsidies in Hungary, and especially, as you asked, there are some targeting the regions, and there are some general for people living in big cities and the countryside. And exactly like in Lithuania, there is a problem maintaining the level of the population in the countryside. So the countryside with the rural housing subsidies were definitely targeted. The baby expecting loan it is a subsidy and loan which is not only targeting the housing issues, is a free-to-use loan for the married couples to start their life. They can take the decision to spend on anything what they would like to. There are definitely other type of loans and were subsidies in respect of housing, which was only used for housing. But in most of the cases, young couples used these baby expecting loan also for solving the housing issues in their life. So from this perspective, the Hungarian system is in the situation to recognize that from time to time different kind of needs are there in the population, especially in the countryside, especially in remote smaller villages, in bigger cities, and we saw that from time to time, the whole system should be revised and somehow refreshed to be effective, to buy a flat in a city or a house in the countryside. It is more or less the situation, because in the countryside, the people would like to buy a house. In the cities, in the big cities, and especially in the capital, the normal way is to buy a flat. So from this perspective, from 2015, there were several changes in the system. But what I wanted to say that there are several type of measures providing different type of needs and expectations of the young couples buying their own flat. What is common in this sense, what I mentioned, that most of the young people do believe that they would like to buy a flat and not rent a flat. It is expectation somehow in the European Union that for more flexibility is much more, it makes more good to the society if the people rent a flat and not buy a flat, because if a person bought a flat, he or she wouldn't move from one place to another place because of a job, for example. But I do believe that especially in this part of Europe, for most of the people, in respect of the long-term perspectivity and the long-term security, it is much more the flat, the house which is bought, the wish they would like to fulfill in respect of housing, and not a renting solution is a solution, a long-term solution for them.
Ačiū mūsų svečiui.
Thank you to our guests. I now see one or two people willing to raise a question. Afterwards, we will move towards wrapping up. Remigius gave me a question, but I see your colleague sitting next to you is willing to ask a question. Perhaps introduce yourself. I'm Zenonas Buivydas. I represent the Lithuanian Christian Fund, a missionary fund, Light in the East. My first question would be addressed to the Hungarian representative, as we were told that we'll see a living Hungarian in front of us, and we rightly did so. As far as I understand, we no longer need to reinvent the bike. In any case, I would like to ask our guest, could you tell us what share of your budget do you specifically allocate to families? So so that we no longer invest back in our country. Let's say, do you allocate 17 million euros to that end or not? Well, for instance. Perhaps I should give you a context to that. We have 5% GDP allocated for defense, so what is your share of the budget allocated for family policy specifically?
Arba galim skaičiais mes.
Or perhaps you could tell us some kind of other, in other figures, we'll be able to transfer them into our own figures.
Yes, to be honest, to count it in euros, I'm not able in this moment, but I will check it. In respect of the GDP, it is very clear. In 2025, it was at about 4%, a little bit less than 4% of the GDP, but it was definitely raised for 2026. It will be 5% of the GDP, of the Hungarian GDP, to spend on family policies, with at about 25% raising in the budget in respect of family policies. And the Hungarian government really believes, and this shows that the belief is true, that in a longer term, investment in families, it is the investment in the future.
Ačiū Jums labai už atsakymą, bet tai man
Thank you very much for your response, but this also suggests to me that it is very important for us as well, in addition to investing in defense, to support families, which includes support to grandparents as well. I would also like to be, I guess, part of that group. Anyway, I believe we should begin from ourselves, from our own organizations, and for our politicians to have the necessary political will. I guess we have to support them and request from them to work in that direction. And thank you very much for this initiative, for this event, and to you, Ms. Norkiene, for the initiative to organize such event. When we start demonstrating to everyone that children are not only a burden, but that they're also a blessing and a God-given gift, I believe this will only make it better for us to nurture our families and our young people so that they find it easier to establish themselves and their families. So we have to support our politicians and perhaps pressure them on these issues. Okay, thank you very much for your observations. I believe the answer is clear. 5% of GDP, similarly to defense, I guess, are allocated from our budget to family policies. Ms. Rasa Žemaitė, next question.
Thank you for the opportunity to ask another question. I would like to remind us that we should include other types of families. Yes, we know there are communities of Christian families, and their communities are very well represented. There are communities of other confessions that can find their mutual belonging and that their interests are represented. But there are a lot of families in secular society that don't belong to any religious community. So I would like to urge for us to respect each other, and when we work towards our common good, we should think about the wide context of our families, because we don't know where our children or grandchildren will end up. So let's focus on universal common good for all of us. And I would like to second the colleague's idea. If the children are the common good, the state should broadcast this idea, should communicate this idea. And I would like to see the breakthrough in the society so that children are seen not as a burden, but as investment towards the future of our nation. And this is where the shaping of the narrative about the family could start. And we would see that we will have a future as a nation. I have a question. Do we understand the family as it is understood in the Constitution, a woman and a man? Be very brief. For 30 years, we've been discussing the same issue, and there are hindrances that stop discussions regarding support. Behind this door, we will be able to discuss this topic, but when we make decisions, we should base them on respect, and then we can all live in a good society. If there are no any other reactions, we would like to close the conference. Yes, Rimantas has several remarks about the proposal. I would like to clarify certain things and to find the line regarding the families that are vulnerable, and I accept this proposal and several other proposals. Colleague from Hungary I've discussed with Orban back in the day, and one of the points in his electoral program that did not cost a thing was to provide voting rights for parents to vote for their children. I don't know whether this idea is still alive, but that measure was very effective. It was very valuable. But coming back to the proposal, to the proposals, we will include the duty of patriotism from our Latvian colleagues. We should add this point, and I'm also adding the point about it being the issue of the survival of our nation, of the nations. And instead of reaching long-term goals, I would like to add that we should be reaching long-term goals in order for our nations to survive in the future. Also, regarding the convention, we should mention that some international agreement is needed that could address the demographic situation everywhere. This point should be reflected in the proposal. Also, the issue of monitoring has been raised, and we should strengthen this idea, the renewal of the NGO network, which is needed. The network needs support. However, there is the danger that this instrumentalized policy will come from the European Union, from Brussels, and we will see a different proposal. And regarding the housing, it should be a priority that needs to be included, and the law on reproductive health. The draft of this law is needed. This draft is not needed for us. So thank you for these proposals, and before concluding the conference with a speech by Aušrinė Norkienė, I would like to floor to Birutė Peleninė. The question is for our guest from Poland. I know starting from 2025, from September 1st, you abolished the program in school, and the parents in Poland reacted fiercely to this program. And I am interested, what are you going to do next? The Polish president said that he would not allow his son to learn in this program, and I saw that this program is quite similar to the one that we have in Lithuania. What are you going to do next?
I'll try to present the long story short, but in general, the Liberal government was trying to introduce obligatory sexual education in schools under the name of health education. At the same time, abolishing long-time traditional family education. Because we had the so-called sexual education under family education based on relationship, responsibility, and sexual education was part of that, but responsible sexual education. It was to be changed into the health education with sexuality based on pleasure and health, not on relationship and family. Initially, the government, under the pressure of the non-governmental organizations and Catholic organizations, decided to make it non-obligatory. Then 80% of parents in Poland decided to opt out, actively opt out, because they were defined to be opt-in. They had to actively opt out their children from the course, 80%, together with Rafał Trzaskowski, who was the Liberal candidate for the president. So it was a disaster for the government. And of course, Karol Nawrocki supported this movement with his own opting out of his son. What we are waiting for now is a new proposal of the government. And the government wants to make this program obligatory again, against 80% of parents. It's, from the democratic point of view, absolutely non-understandable. And we are, of course, trying to get back the family education to our curricula in schools. That was there for 20 years, since mid-90s. It is one of the most important political issues in Poland nowadays, because it concerns every child in primary school and most of the children in the secondary schools. And it concerns most of the parents in Poland and the grandparents as well. So all the families are concerned. 80% of them are against this sexual education. So that's it. That's the situation now, and we are working on this topic in a coalition of more than 100 organizations that joined forces to fight the government on this point.
Thank you very much.
Ačiū ir
Thank you very much. I guess I now give the floor for the final remarks to Ms. Aušrinė Norkienė, the head of the Provisional Group for Family Policy of the Seimas. Yes, so thank you very much indeed for those who were engaged in the discussion, for sharing your insights. I'm grateful to our foreign guests for very interesting presentations and for answering to those questions of ours. Thank you very much to everyone who contributed to organizing this event, and thank you, those of you who used your time to take part in this event. I hope this is not our last conference in the Seimas dedicated to this topic. I would like to take the opportunity and thank our colleagues from the Seimas Provisional Group for Family Policy. who were able to take part in today's event, because as you have said, the political will must come from the Parliament, and that's our goal here in the Parliament, to unite those like-minded members of the Seimas and to try and implement those best practices that we've heard about today here in Lithuania. And as Rimantas has mentioned, the European nations are worth survival, so let us each do our best to make sure this happens. So thank you once again to all.
Ačiū. Ačiū pirmininkė. Aš tik priminsiu dar, kad po renginio
Thank you, Ms. Norkienė. Let me just remind everyone that we will invite everyone for a family photo at the very end, and our last thanks. Yes, on behalf of the Public Initiative Forum Family 2050, we would like to express our gratitude to Ms. Norkienė for the initiative and support for this event, and we would encourage everyone to join our initiative Forum Family 2050. At the moment, we're discussing the law on education and the amendments to the law, but I believe, based on today's feedback, I believe we'll have more room for further cooperation. Thank you very much. I would just like to add that the amendments to the law on education are also related to what Birute was asking about and to what Jerzy was talking about, the things that are related to sexual education at schools. Yes, so thank you all, and that completes our conference. Let us not forget to take a family photo together. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.